Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome into episode 1 of our playthrough of Imperium Maledictum. Cheers. Cheers. Let's bring these guys straight in. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
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 Greetings.
Something new, something different.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Welcome to the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. How are we all feeling today?
I am burdened with glorious purpose.
I approve, though I am going to turn that volume down just a tad.
Probably a good idea.
So, before we get things truly underway, I've got to do the... Bloody hell. Hype train already. Durs, thank you for the gift of sub. Diesel with his 200 bitties thrown around. Durs with another 100. Divrak, thank you for the resub. The 33 months. Durs, thank you for the 46 months. Also, now see some faces in chat. Kawai Mai, good to see you. Ravon, hello, good sir. All right. And of course, hello Sneezer, how are you, darling? And Yeti. Yeah, new system, new universe, new TTRPG. Obviously, like most things, I'm out of my comfort zone, and there are an element of nerves to it, which is probably the same for some players as well. But fuck it, shall we dive straight in?
Yeah, let's do it.
This episode of Imperium Maledictum brought to you by Solution Productions.
Hardly. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and a master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. To live in such a times is to be one amongst untold billions, perhaps even trillions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. And these are the tales of those dark times. As the introduction said, forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods. We find ourselves here, a group of individuals crammed into the back of a Valkyrie dropship. Hear the sound of metal creaking under the heat and just pure power, the rage of atmospheric entry. A voice would crackle over the Vox system. The pilot, clear this up a little bit. There we go. Oh, I'm not prepared. Now I am. There we go. No, I'm not. Oh, I've still missed things. Alright. Haha. Professional, yeah. So, as the Vox system crackles to life, this voice would ring over. Well, boys and girls, I hope you all are getting along back there. I know it's tightly packed and whatnot, but wasn't expecting to be bringing one of the big guys along. Just to let you all know, it's going to take us about 2 hours or so before we reach Hive Rockar. We're dropping down a fair distance away, trying to mingle in with some of the air traffic, so not to be seen. Any of y'all have any questions in this little journal of ours, then by all means just hit the button on the comms unit and, well, sit back, enjoy the ride, and by the way, refreshments. Seems I already forgot them. As the system cuts out, the Valkyrie begins to rattle, judder to the side even more as you would hear what sounds like sand crackling off the external hull of the dropship. And it's here where it doesn't take long before eventually you break through the atmosphere. The rattling, the tinny sounds begins to drop to a low whisper, leaving all of you a time to breathe. It seems you have an hour or so. Who do we have in the back of this Valkyrie? Who wants to go first?
I'll just get it over with.
What's your name? What do you look like?
Well, the name is Barrick. Just your run-of-the-mill human. Just some crew-cut hair and, you know, sporting all that nice Astra Militarum equipment.
Absolutely. What sort of weapons have you got on you, Barrick? Apart from your... Is that a las gun, or is it something a little different?
Oh, that's a las carbine. I've also got myself a las pistol. Get a little too close for comfort, you'll be getting the combat shotgun to the face, and if you get even closer, you might meet my chainsword.
Absolutely decked out. This somewhat youthful, perhaps, would you say?
Yeah, rather youthful.
Rather youthful-looking member of the Astra Militarum. Alongside, sat next to him. We'll go round. Why not? Who's the bald-headed gentleman?
That would be Enoch, who is just has a shorn head, wearing just lots of robes, and not like really nice, elegant, flowing robes, but just lots of robes that are clearly very dirty near the bottom from a lot of trekking and use. He has a hood that he is keeping down, and as pictured here, he has a row of skulls that are of a questionable origin that he has on display as a form of religious icon. He claims are they're the skulls of pygmy saints who denied corruption on such and such a planet years ago, and he has them now.
Awesome.
Whether that can be verified, of course it can't, but he believes it, so it must be true. And he has a number of he has basic like leathers underneath his robes, very basic stuff, and he has a bunch of straps with different devices. Like he has a loudspeaker, like a what's it called?
Like a megaphone, loudhailer, that sort of thing.
Yeah. It's a megaphone. It's called the loudhailer, but it's a megaphone, and also has the hilt, like the handle of one chain sword exposed, and it's not on public display, but it's somewhere in the robes that he has, and everyone in the cabin will know that he has a hand flamer that he's very fond of holding on to whenever he expects that things are going to take a turn for the worst. And also somewhere in the robes, he has a second chain sword floating around that he apparently keeps spare. But at the moment he's going across the skulls, and he's murmuring a prayer to himself, just looking down and reciting the Emperor's light against which no darkness can stand, though humans are there, and just going and going and going. And every once in a while it comes up to the audible range, and it goes back under his breath. And he tries to keep it down, because there's only so much that he's aware that people can only take so much before they start to grow jealous that his faith outshines theirs, and they have to make something of it. So
Excellent. Stuffed into the corner, and I would imagine very much stuffed into the corner, is the large and imposing form of, well, who are you?
So, his name is Ostern. He is not one to mince words. He is a subspecies mutant human called Ogren. Probably fairly rare to see where they are. They're usually seen on brutal Imperial planets used as shock troopers. Certainly not usually in the company of
Inquisitorial
highly-
agents.
yes, intellectual inquisitorial agents. It's hard to discern his age. He is a mash of meat and muscle and bone, heavily tattooed, heavily scarred. He's clearly seen a lot of physical brutality already in his life. He has a bandolier that's just straight frag grenades. A massive trench pick. Nobody on the team could lift it. Not one of them could probably heave the Hulkin tool out. And it's not anything like super. I want to say it doesn't require any intelligence to use. It's a massive pick with sharpened edges.
Absolutely.
He does have a specially made ripper gun that Ogrins employ. It's a massive gun. They also come with limiters on them because Ogren tend to just fire endlessly.
Go ham.
Yeah. So he does have a pistol. He has a combat knife on his hip, which is probably be honestly a sword to anyone else on the team. And a chain sword, which is probably special made for his hand. In another case, nobody on the team could probably lift the weapon if they tried. And his chest is just covered in flak armor, the front and back, but it doesn't really cover much else. He doesn't look really comfortable.
I can imagine.
He is very not made for where he is right now. He's like a great white shark in a tuna can.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Osterin. On the opposite side, we've got 3 more individuals. So, who wants to go first on this side of the Valkyrie, the more spacious side?
I guess Norals will take it.
All right. Who are you in the robes, good sir?
His name is Noros. He is an initiate of the Adeptus Mechanicus. His skin is pallid and very pale due to all kinds of augmetics that he has on him. He wields an axe in the shape of the Omniscience Sigil. On his chest is another Omniscience Sigil, nice and silver plated. And he carries a last pistol. He is kind of specialized in one thing and one thing only. That will be kind of kept secret for now. But he does have.
Let me guess.
A tool.
Let me guess. Is it tech-related stuff?
Yeah, pretty much.
Sorry, carry on.
He does carry a combi tool on him, just to help appease the machine spirits whenever they are acting restless. He also carries a vial of sacred unguents.
Juicy.
Just in case there's any. What?
Juicy. Sorry, just don't mind me. I'm just providing internal monologue and thoughts.
Just in case there's any blessings that need to be happened in the field, he is prepared.
Excellent. So, with the red-robed Cult Mechanicus member, I guess we'll go down the line. Next up.
Next up is the quiet yet. I don't know how the rest of the group kind of take him. Most people shun him. Is Faust. Faust is, as you can see, a psyker. He's quite lean and thin, long dark hair with a tattoo of an eye on his forehead from when he was in the what's it called? Words.
Black Ships.
When he was in the Black Ships, that's what. And he's got a psychic hood that, well, it's more like a collar that kind of plugs in the base of his head. And he carries a staff with an aquila on. And he doesn't like touching people at all. He hates this entire ride. And that's why he's on the side that's not next to the ogre. So, yeah. And that is Faust.
Excellent. And to the left-hand side of the sanctioned psyker, who's our last member of the team?
Currently leaning against the side of the Valkyrie, attempting to doze, is Mordecai Gaius, ex-sergeant with the Leonian 6th Astra Militarum, and a sniper by trade.
So, apart from the obvious sniper rifle, what sort of gear are you rocking? The standard carapace, or do you have something a little different?
I've got the standard Astra Militarium armor, but draped around my shoulder is a chameleon cloak.
Of course. Sneak, shoot, gone. So with that said, though, thank you very much, everyone, for the introductions. That is our... I was going to say intrepid adventurers, but inquisitorial kill team, investigators, who knows? Maybe one, maybe both. At this point, though, you've been travelling through the atmosphere of Vol for a good amount of time. It's been awkwardly quiet for most of the journey, but in a brief flicker of activity, the central console at the far end of the Valkyrie begins to light up. Green lights begin to flicker up before a holographic projection appears in front of you all in the center of the Valkyrie's dropship. A familiar visage. The visage of a rather regally dressed individual. Cloak behind him that seems to fetter out at the bottom where the hologram dissipates. But this stern expression casts a glance around the interior of the Valkyrie.
Ah, good. I'm glad to see that you are all settling in. I dare say it is time to reveal your objectives. Now,
this person is Inquisitor Dario Korvac, a member of the Ordo Hereticus and the patron, the Inquisitor you've all been serving for the last months, years, potentially. I'm going to ask everybody first to roll me a D100. So /R space 1D100.
Four.
So,
Beat ya.
So, in most systems, the higher number is better. In Imperium Maledictum, it's the opposite. The lower number, a 1 on a D100, is basically a critical success. That's a good roll.
I get a whoop whoop.
You can indeed get a whoop whoop. So, that means that whatever we're about to discuss, Barrick, you are... In fact, is that... Yeah, Barrick is the unfortunate soul. So, with the form of Inquisitor Korvac glancing around...
Right. Yes. In regards to your mission, it's a rather simple one at the moment. You're being sent down to the Hive Rockar. I've already got 2 teams down there investigating a little hunch that has appeared. And, well, considering the last mission was a successful one, I'm very much pleased to put you all in the field once again. Now, that is granted, of course, Barrick.
The hologram turns towards you, Barrick.
Hopefully we won't have any further issues.
No, sir.
Marvelous. Well, in that case, there's been a few instances and happenings down on Hive Rockar that's demanded the attention of the Ordo Hereticus. The first being of some form of compound is starting to circulate in the lower parts of the hive. Normally, most others would dismiss this, but, well, when the report comes back from the first group, I'll know for sure whether it's something we need to delve into. The second is regarding potential saint candidates, which the second team has currently been tasked with. So, for the moment, your orders are to make landfall in Hive Rockar. I am sending you details to your data slate in regards to temporary accommodation. Your task: ingratiate yourself with the local populace, find out what sort of issues may be occurring from them there, and await further instruction. I hope to have a little more detail on the matter within at least 2, maybe 3 days. Now, I'm aware that you have our rather large friend with you, so...
At that, you hear the loud click and whir of gears as a compartment, a container, a crate, stuffed at the back of the Valkyrie, opens up.
There are your false identification documents, along with cloaks, rosette, and other necessities you may need. Take them, make sure you remain on low key for the moment. I don't want this whole operation blowing out of proportion like the previous attempt. Is that clear?
Of course.
Perfectly clear.
Yes,
Understood.
sir.
Good. Good.
And with that, without even saying goodbye, without any sort of cut off, immediately the holograph just blinks out, leaving you in a dimly lit back area of the Valkyrie with this now open crate that contains various documents, the Inquisitorial Rosette, which is the sign of authority, and several cloaks. Not the Camellia Line cloaks that you have, Mordecai, but something at least to conceal the group in the masses, the teeming masses of Hive Rockar. So, with that said, there was a mention of a failed mission you were all the last mission you were all sent on seemed to be a bit of a paper pushing exercise. But the reason you were sent on that was because the first mission, well, didn't go exactly to plan. You were sent to find an individual, keep a low key, low profile. Didn't go to plan though, did it, Barrick?
No.
Why?
Well, I Barrick thought the target was going to get away sooner than he did, and decided to show the rosette and say that they were inquisitors working for one, and get a whole bunch of other departments involved that shouldn't have needed to be involved.
So, rather than acting covertly, Barrick, you revealed you were inquisitorial agents a little early, dragging in Arbites, Vigilites, and various other departments of the Administratum into a massive manhunt. I get the impression that the Administratum may not be too happy with the fallout from that. Hence, you were all sent on a mission out of the way. But before we get onto the details of that last mission, what's some of the things you've all been doing? Give me a little bit of details, maybe a little story about your characters, what you've done in the past on other missions, how perhaps you've worked together. Any volunteers?
Yeah, sure.
Fire away, Faust.
So, I mean, Faust isn't a people person, but he has certain talents. Sometimes people need to be interrogated, and they don't like using their words. So Faust is brought in. He is both a telekine and a telepath. So he uses his abilities to look into people's minds and see what he can find. However, sometimes they fight too much, and sometimes they're left brain dead after the fact. Oh, in the name of the Emperor, though, if they had nothing to hide, they wouldn't have been there. You know what I'm saying?
Precisely. The witch has its uses, especially when they have no tongues to speak with.
Exactly. Yeah, so when somebody is quite literally, look, cat got the tongue, Faust prods around. He is quite a gentle, polite person, but you have also seen what he is capable of, as on one mission, somebody tried to get away, and Faust tried to stop him with his psychic powers. However, the powers of the warp are capricious, and their powers wax and wane. On this day, it was very much waxed, as he grasped the person, and like a wet dishcloth, the man twisted, and yeah, it was raining blood.
Excellent. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Anybody else wish to expand on some of the past deeds of their characters?
I can.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Ostrom.
So, Ogren, when you think inquisitorial agents, you don't really think Ogren. So, he gets his fair share of look. They're usually not well, I say usually, they're not intelligent. They are brutish creatures of war, or work in heavy machinery, carrying heavy things. They're a step up from like a cow, essentially, a beast of burden. So, how he managed to get picked up from the Astra Militarium, which is where he was prior to this work, he is not said. He does not share that information with anyone. He speaks decently for an Ogren, but it's his nature to be violent, and that is why he is here. He is the door, and he is the way to go through the door. And if people don't play their words properly, they will get beaten to death with the door, literally and figuratively. He is usually the one to solve problems in the simplest way he can, which in the past has been ripping arms off, sometimes legs, once or twice a head, and the problem is solved.
Nice.
In the last mission, when, paper pushing is not really his thing, so he basically did a lot of walking around, breaking bones, and trying not to get in the way of what he would consider more important work that some of the more delicate, intelligent members of the team would have been doing. He respects them. He is doggedly loyal. If you say anything that is even a whiff of heresy, he will probably take a finger off you, and he will not do it with a blade. He will just rip it from the bone in the socket and then straight off.
Nice.
He does not tolerate any backtalk of the Emperor or Primarchs or anything. He goes straight into beat you until you cannot talk mode.
Loyalty to the Emperor is the... I approve. I am happy. He is the highest authority, and something that will certainly come up a lot is the sheer devotion of the Imperial citizenry to the Emperor. Isn't explored enough, but hopefully we will in this campaign. Any others with regards to what you've done in the past, other missions, or just a little bit more about your character?
Well, Mordecai was a sergeant in the Astra Militarum and was in charge of a group of snipers that were the best shots in his Astra Militarum regiment. But during a friendly competition with an adjoining regiment, there was a man watching to see who the best shot was. And as for his sins, Mordecai won by a healthy margin. He was then relieved of his duties.
Congratulations, you've been promoted.
Yes.
To a place you really don't want to be. Who was that man?
It was the Inquisitor.
Indeed, Inquisitor Dario Korvac plucked you out of your regiment and slapped you under his command, as right of the Inquisitors have.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of things have you done?
I was on the ship.
Yeah, what sort of things have you done? Any notable?
If someone has to be murdered or removed from existence, that requires a long-range shot or could be an impossible to hit task, that's where Mordecai comes in. Usually far back from the front line. Sometimes for days, weeks, months on end. Once a heretic leader has been pinpointed by the rest of the team, Mordecai is generally the one that pops his head open. Usually in quite a spectacular manner with his silent sniper rifle.
Praise be to the Emperor.
The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. We've still got 3 more. Any?
I'll go.
Go on then. What have you been up to in the past, Barrick?
Barrick, well, he fought with a regiment Sorry, I wrote it down. From the
So
planet Valum 7.
Ooh, okay.
And he was just one of many guardsmen sent to a faraway place for a battle that they were doing in the service of the Emperor. And there he learned to survive, to become very ruthless with his shots and pinning targets down, keeping them where they needed to be, and ended up surviving a very bloody, gruesome battle that lasted for years. And continued to stay with the guardsmen, the Astra Militarum, doing what he needed to do, and his deeds became known to the Inquisition, and he was plucked of service.
Any particular missions that you've been on as of late under the service of Inquisitor Korvac that spring to mind? Any potential heretics or maybe even the odd Xenos that you've brought low?
There was a gene-stealing cult that was dealt with in one of the missions, and Barrick was sent in to help keep them pinned down, being a bit more of the medium range, just making sure that the only way in and out that they were stuck, they were pinned, they couldn't leave until the rest showed up.
Excellent. So far, Ogren, Smash, Frontliner, Faust, Psyker, Telekinetic and Telepathic, Mordecai, Long Range Sniper, Barrick, Mid-Range Assault. Last two individuals. Who's...
I can take the next one.
Alright. Noros.
Noros was born and raised on the Forge World of Graia. He quickly grasped the aptitude for technology. He was always fascinated by how machines worked. And he quickly found himself an initiate of the Adeptus Mechanicus. His mind works a lot different than other people, mainly because of the augmetics that he has in his brain. Human emotions are alien to him. He very oftentimes reads the room completely wrong. So he will kind of seclude himself when available to just plug into a machine staring at a wall. And with that machine, like, he will spread out his consciousness, and he's a data delver. He will always look for information through any means necessary as long as it's connected to some kind of computer system. Cameras, deleted files, everything. So the last mission, obviously pushing paperwork, kind of right up his alley, actually.
Absolutely, right in your ballpark.
So that was not a punishment as seen by him, it was more of a vacation.
Damn it.
I will say, in a past mission, he was meant to close a door to stop someone from escaping. He did close the door successfully, but he may have, clamped it on the escapee's leg.
I knew where that was going as soon as you said that. And I approve. Praise be to the Omnisire.
Praise be the Omnisire.
All right. Last but not least, then. He did indeed stop the escapee from escaping. Our resident robe wearer.
Yes, Enoch. No last name, because one does not need a last name when serving the Emperor. Came from a shrine world called Macabus Quintus in the Calixa sector. Grew up in the Adeptus Munistorum and
Ministorm, not Ministorm. Papers, not bullets.
Yeah.
And so, very typical upbringing, steeped in rhetoric, paper, lots of seals, parchments, reciting verses. And one of the things that is very common is pilgrimages. And there's a duality between pilgrimage and being a missionary. One of the nearby agri worlds nearby to the shrine world, he went to a temple that was there, and while he was staying and preaching, he found that one of the members exposed themselves as being a heretic, in particular, also like a witch to some degree, which of course means that they are all witches and heretics. So by fire and flame and a agri burner used to burn bad crops, he took it upon himself to purge the entire cloister of sisters and the head priest that was there. All. But it was between that and the other, all based on the mechanical farming implements, like the basically what would amount to a eviscerator and a low grade flamer, and in the process it is not entirely unfounded, because one of the things that happened is he was under the effect of some type of psychic like spell or feedback. It actually caused all of his teeth to burst in his skull.
Oh no.
So he has had all of his teeth replaced with metal teeth that were made from the reliquaries of the temple that he purged of the filth that was defiling it. And it's may or may not be affecting his brain chemistry with heavy metals.
I love it. I love it.
And then he was picked up by the Inquisition.
So with regards to that, what's a notable thing you've done whilst under the employ or the patronage of Inquisitor Korvac?
Well, I will say, in those situations where Faust has to come in and, mind probe people, Enoch is probably the person that is there before that. Confess, heretic! Through pain you will be purified, and he's a psychopath. So he is not afraid of helping people reach salvation through penitence. And the only thing that he, as far as standout exploits, he's not like a physical specimen. He makes up for everything by being dead set on hating heretics and being faithful. And he just applies that. He's something of a people who might be feeling like their faith is wavering, is how he would put it, but like they're just blowing off steam and talking, and they might be saying things that are on the fringe of blasphemous. If they know he's around, they will absolutely not do that for fear that he might hear and take it seriously. So it's something of a morale keeper in that way.
Yeah, it seems to be a mix between Commissar and Zealot.
Oh no, just Zealot. Commissars are like, in charge, and like they have bolter weapons. He's.
I was thinking more from a moral point of view, just to keep people in line, to keep the teeming masses from blaspheming.
Mm. The walls have ears.
They do indeed, and in the 40k universe, perhaps quite literally at times. So, thank you everyone for it gives us a nice look into your characters. With the holographic projection of Inquisitor Korvac disappearing, though, leaving now the interior of the Valkyrie calm and quiet, apart from the constant hum of the engines, which is probably more than a roar than a hum, considering these things aren't exactly the best insulated. What are you all doing now?
Beric will get up from where he was leaning against the Valkyrie and try to find his fake ID in the bin and get himself situated with one of the cloaks.
All right. You pull an ID out, which gives the name of Varnick Yawns, a forge worker.
Gonna put that one back and look for another one.
Karen Maldrek, a scribe.
No, he's talking to himself. No, that's better for Noros with his yeah.
Eventually, you see one that would read the name of Croven Delcar. Security.
Yeah, I'll just quickly take that. Just pocket that and get my cloak on.
So these cloaks are... They don't exactly wrap around the neck like a normal cloak. It's more of a oversized raincoat with a hood that would cover any and all gear on you. Whilst being charcoal grey in colour and looking slightly frayed, you would notice that they are relatively well made. And I dare say you all would have had experience with these in the past. They are just generic coveralls used by inquisitorial agents in the field. There's a split at the side that allows easy access to any weapons, and again, should you need to contend with any hostile intervention, you can easily draw weapons from it.
Inquisitorial ponchos.
It is yeah. You've been issued inquisitorial ponchos. I didn't want to say it because it doesn't sound as cool, but yeah.
I mean,
yeah. You've got ponchos.
ponchos are badass.
Damn it. So, with that though, who has a data slate? That's the other question.
Noros definitely has one.
Congrats, Noros. You're the only one with the information.
Yes.
Roll me, if you would be so kind. Oh, first proper roll. Let's go with a... we'll just go for a straight up tech roll, please, Noros. As you pull up the data slate and begin to look over the information that was transferred to it. As expected, it's encrypted. And as expected, with that roll, Inquisitor Korvac didn't provide the cipher to de-encrypt it. So you're going to have to spend a little bit of time removing the encryption from the objectives you've been sent.
So that is what Norris is going to be focused on for the rest of the trip.
I will say though, it doesn't take too long, 20 minutes or so as you're making your way through. But eventually the encryption would be broken by yourself, and it will give you a location, a place known as the Thala Hostelry in the lower parts of Hive Rockar, and that's the destination, or the hab block that you've been assigned as a safe house. Now, judging from the current trajectory of the Valkyrie, you can surmise that you'll make dock in a place called the Mudgates, which is the main dock for civilian and industrial cargo for Hive Rockar. And it's roughly a good 12 hours walk from the Mudgate towards the Thala Hostelry. And again, the Thala Hostelry is a pretty large, multi-storied hab block. Houses easily 15,000, 20,000 people in this area. And last but not least, the objective, the mission parameters that have been granted by Inquisitor Korvac is await further instruction. One thing I will say that you've all noticed about the Inquisitor over the months, years of service, he very much works on a need-to-know basis. You're very rarely given too much detail up front. It's usually go here, wait, orders established, do mission, wait for orders, etc., etc.
Gotta love it.
So,
Right.
if you want, one last thing before we delve into a bit of the old RP. Norris, if you could roll me a... let's go with a law check, please. Just a straight up law check. Never mind. You can ask a single question about either the Thala Hostelry or the Mudgate.
Thaler Hostelry.
Yep.
I'm going to assume it's kind of more of lowborn clientele.
Absolutely, yeah. From looking at the scant information that has been sent to the data slates, it's, with it being part of the lower hive, you fully expect it's well and truly slum dwellings.
All right. Would they happen to have any? I don't know how to word it. Like data consoles in the rooms.
An educated guess? Probably not. Looking at the map, you'll be lucky if it's pretty much a cargo container bolted onto the side of a stack.
Gotcha. Understood.
So, at the moment, you're the only person who knows where you're going. I'm going to step back as DM and let you all converse, decide what the plan is, if there is any, or just, yeah, over to you.
So, yeah. Obviously, Faust, even at a glance, is a psyker. Is there like a hat or something so he can at least cover his fucking forehead, and because the poncho cover is psychic cowl, but
yeah,
but it like his mark of office is on his fucking forehead.
And they are deep hooded ponchos.
Deep hooded.
Yeah,
so I just keep my hood up and keep, hide. Okay. So Faust's just gonna like get all covered up, and his staff, which is also like a focus for his powers. It's not actually like a single piece. It breaks down into 3, and he's gonna break it down and put it in the crate that they're gonna take with them. That's got like the seal and everything in. because that's another dead giveaway. I can't just be walking around with a fucking giant staff with an Aquila head on and nobody saying nothing. Somebody will be like, what the fuck's he got that for? So I'm gonna... It's held together with, like, Faust's telekinetic abilities while he's holding it. So he's just gonna, like, break it down and put it in the box with all of the shit.
Okay.
Osterin is literally just sleeping. He's got his head back. He's got his trench pick kind of like settled between his legs. And he's snoring incredibly loud. Somebody probably could feel like vibrations in the side of the Valkyrie from his snoring right now.
All right, Norris is gonna
Someone
talk
get
up
the
a little
big
bit.
guy up.
No, I'm going, Barrett. Carry on. We'll go
just
Norris after.
Barrick is will someone get the big guy up before he vibrates this thing and we fall out of the goddamn sky?
You have such
You know how
little
he
faith.
is. Good.
You have such little faith in the Omnissiah that an Ogren snoring can drop a Valkyrie.
You never know.
And you know how he
Never
is.
know.
If you wake him up, he's like a child. Best to just let him wake up on his own. And besides, if the storm outside doesn't take this thing down, then he hardly will.
Well, for my sanity, I can't deal with the snoring anymore.
Then might I say just plug in your ears.
Barrick's just gonna just sigh and scoff at Noros and just go back to just resting.
Is anyone going to try and wake Osterin up?
No, Faust has just sat there and he's like, and he just whispers. I don't know if anybody will be able to hear him over the noise, but he goes, I like the noise. Makes the voices quiet.
All right, so
Enoch definitely doesn't hear that. It's just better for everyone if he doesn't hear that.
all right, so apparently we are landing at the Mudgates. Our safe house, as the Inquisitor so wonderfully worded it in his message, is located in the Thaler hostelry. It seems to be quite a walk.
Better for getting the lay of the land once we arrive. And Enoch is going to sift through the documents and try to find a good cover ID for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the scribe, the forge worker. You find another one just as a generic civilian working under the administratum by the name of Haldron Missick. And last but not least would be another one by the name of Davian Klin, who would work under the Ministorum as a casket carrier.
Actually, Enoch's gonna grab that one.
Okay.
You said it's Davian Klin.
Davian Klin.
All right.
You would see in there the last identifier, which would be Astra Militarum, Brute. No other designation, no details, just labor slave.
Okay, so he's going to take that one and he's going to just put it in the front pocket of Ostrin while he's just napping there.
No name. No name, no details, just brute, labor slave. With that, though, you would hear the crackle of the Voxcom kick back up. Bear in mind, at this point, almost 2 hours have passed.
Alright, boys and girls, we're made into traffic. We're making our way through the airwaves now towards the Mudgate. Should be there in about 10 minutes. I'll drop you guys down on the docks, and then I'll be making a quick refuel. I am on standby for about 4 or 5 days, so if you need me...
And at that, as he says, if you need me, the data slate in Norris's hand would beep with the Voxcom frequency.
I can certainly come and try and pick you up as long as you're not too deep in the hive.
Oh, that is some good information. At least we'll have him nearby.
And I'm under the impression, like, the pilot can't actually hear us in the back if we're talking at all, like, unless we're using something to communicate to him. So, yeah, there's no point replying.
Unless you press the
There is a button.
Intercom.
Yeah, the
That's
intercom. That was the word I was looking for. I said it earlier and I was like, mind blank. Trying to go from the fantasy into the 40k, my brain's really struggling.
I used the sending stone.
I use psychic whispers.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I do.
as granted, you probably wouldn't be able to see it. There's no windows in the side of a Valkyrie for obvious reasons. But the Valkyrie, having slipped into the plethora of air traffic, begins to make its way towards the Mudgate, a large tower just off to the side of Hyde Rockarth. Here, Rockarth itself, whilst it looks to be a barren, desolate, radioactive wasteland, it's only like that around the Hive. Information that is available, again, on the data slate to you, Noros, is that Hive Rockarth is a hive that's... The main export of this hive is actually medical in nature. Things such as stimpaks, medikits, various compounds and chemicals used in medicines. But, like all hive cities, there is still large manufactorums for weapons, for armour, for artillery, due to the sheer scale of these things. But the rest of the planet is perhaps maybe an agricultural haven, or at the very least, the sludge of the planet holds many key nutrients and ingredients used in the production of various chems, substances, and Medicae items.
All right, good to know.
With the loud hissing to the point where it overcomes the sounds of the roaring engines of the Valkyrie, you would eventually feel a heavy thud that just reverberates around the Valkyrie to the point Osterin, roll me an awareness check.
Okay. Let me just find awareness.
Skills awareness.
Challenge. Just leave it on challenge.
Yeah, just a straight normal roll. Yeah, even as the Valkyrie comes to a rather heavy thud on the hangar floor, Oster and you sleep right through it. With the hissing of gases and venting the Valkyrie comes to rest on one of the Mudgate docks. The ramp at the back wailing, groaning as it begins to lower itself, revealing this large cavernous port, this dock. A multitude of other Valkyries and cargo craft line the various docks, and walking towards you from a distance you would see a man in a white administratum robe followed by 2 servitors. And it's there we'll call a quick BRB.
Right.
Right, because I'm bouncing in my chair.
Yup.
Yeah, we shall call a quick refill the clock
Tea
and
o'clock.
be right back there. So, very quickly, have I missed anything else? No, I don't think I have. But Myth, good to see you again, man. I'm going to dash to the loo. I can't believe you're back in Siege after all these years. But it's a good game. It's a good game. Right, I'm going to refill the old drink. And we'll be right back in a moment, everyone. Thank you. And hope you're enjoying Imperium Maledictum so far. What?
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Very much.
Just in time for the end.
Nice. I'll start in 3 minutes.
Da, 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 da.
I'd start
Hello,
in 3 minutes. God dear.
Yeah. I love that Enoch is just slowly going mental due to heavy metal poisoning.
Allegedly.
Or was he always like that? We'll wait a bit longer since adverts are about to kick in, and I think
I'm back.
people are still. Yeah. Oh, no, welcome back. Welcome back. Thoughts so far? Trying to find my groove. I think I'm getting there slowly.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
It always takes some time to get your groove, but I think we're slowly getting there.
I could do with Foundry not being so mean to me today.
With the what? Sorry.
I could do with Foundry not being so mean to me today.
Oh, you chose the wrong game if you wanted things to go smoothly.
One of the things I'm best at, I failed so hard at.
Like, the things you're best at, you might succeed half the time.
I mean, in all fairness, I could have, I've been like, this is routine. I'll give you a benefit, but no, it's inquisitorial encryption. That's not routine.
No, it is not.
That, and he rolled a 95 on the lower test.
Because with the Inquisition, it can be easy.
Can't believe I got 1 on a D100.
Mate, that's the best roll you're going to get through this entire
Campaign.
yeah.
I just like the idea of the Ogren wearing one of these ponchos that's sized up for him. Like it's somehow supposed to make him blend in.
It won't. You can't
It's
blend
half
in
a
there.
marquee.
Dun, 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 dun.
Imagine if it's
Like
not sized up for him. And it's like he just has to wear it kind of like a scarf.
It's like a little hat.
Just turned it into a turban on top of his head.
Looks like he's off to Hogwarts. Jesus.
All right, let's drop the banner. Get back into it. So, with the ramp of the Valkyrie dropping onto the metal grating below with a loud thud and the hiss of hydraulics, you will see 2 servitors and a member of the Administratum making their way towards you. The man, slicked back hair, whitish grey robe that's stained with oil and various other fluids from, again, working in the docks, would have a data slate in hand as he glances up, looks over you all as he begins to ascend the steps of the dock towards you. Good day. Believe you were all 223 Zeta 22, yes?
Enoch is going to walk up to the front of the group, like towards the sky. The Emperor protects. Yes. 2238.
2238.
Whatever you said, that was right.
223 Zeta 22.
That's it. Zeta 22.
Good. Marvelous. Cargo is just personnel delivery, yes?
And he's going to briefly look back. Correct.
More meat for the grinder. Very well. Anything to declare?
He's going to just look around and only that we've been on this bucket for the past few hours and we'd like to get to our lodgings and get to it.
Very well. Very well. If you could just hold your identification, and he presents his data pad in your direction.
Okay, so Enoch's gonna fish the ID out, and he's gonna just take a little bit of time for it, so everybody else can kind of figure their documentation out and make sure that they have their stuff. And then he's gonna hold it up to the scanner.
As a quick DM above table thing, you probably won't need these after getting through. This is more for again, you can if you wish, but this is just for passing through customs in a nutshell. But yeah, with you producing the ID, you place it on the data pad. The Administratum scribe looks at it, looks back to the data pad, quickly scans it before taking a quill as a servo skull swoops in with a large roll of parchment under it, and he begins to just note down on there the details from the ID that's been clarified by the data pad. Then onto paper. Everyone loves Administratum efficiency.
Yes, everything in triplicates.
So with that, he nods towards you, Enoch, and very well, yes. Next,
Eric
identification.
will step up and just forcefully give him the identification.
He steps back. Finished militarum. Yes. Next. And unless anyone wishes to do anything in particular, he'll just go through the group.
Did Osterin wake up?
Not yet. He is still in the back snoring.
Okay, so since everybody kind of just left him, Faust's just gonna go, just put his hand on him and gently nudge him awake using like his telepathic powers. He's just gonna give the like the command to wake, like a gentle nudge to wake up, and then just step back.
He steps back just in time as a massive hand swings and hits the side of the like metal plate right beside him and leaves a very large, sizable dent that would probably kill him. And then he just blinks a few times, gets up, and goes, "Oh." And then, like, as he's moving forward towards the administratum and the servers, like, it's very clear he's like punched because he's just way too big to be in one of these.
Yeah.
And each step kind of like makes the Valkyrie kind of groan a little bit.
Creak. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, creak. He just takes out the little ID from his front pocket and holds it out to him wordlessly.
The scribe takes going through the rest of the group and eventually gets to you, Osterin. And as he takes the the identification, puts it to his data slate, scans it through, gets the servo skull to scribe down the details, and then nods. He's like, good. Brute, if you'll be so kind, and he points to a crate. On your way out, if you could just move that crate just to the far end of the docks near the large hydraulic doors, that would be marvellous. Thank you. But as for that, the rest of you, yes, it seems welcome to Hive, Rockar. A beautiful place. You will enjoy your lives here. Praise be to the Emperor.
Praise be to the Emperor.
You will see then the two servitors begin to stomp up their way up the stairwell towards the Valkyrie. One of them lugging a large pipe used for refueling. Another one with claws on one hand and various tools on the other begins to make its way towards the landing gear, giving you the impression that they're about to refuel, make any necessary repairs. As the administratum official, the scribe, begins to make his way towards the front of the Valkyrie, as you would see the black-suited, helmeted pilot begin to step out and greet the administratum representative. Which leaves you all on this large, open, central gangway in this giant hangar. At the far end of the room is the mentioned doors, hydraulic locked doors that lead into the mudgate itself.
Osterin's gonna go and grab the crate with one hand. He's just gonna like heft it up, one-handed over his shoulder, and then his other hand's gonna hold the massive trench pit.
While this is going on, Enoch is just looking at the box. He's like really hoping that the box says fragile or something like that on it.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, it's not gonna be treated fragile.
Yeah, because like there's no telling what it is, but it's just
To be fair,
hijinks ensue.
Absolutely.
he did not. The administratum did not tell the brute specifically to be careful with it. So whatever happens, it's on him at the end of the day. And sure enough, Osterin would get to where he needs to put it and just
drop it.
boom, drop it.
There is a slight tinkle of what sounds like a light metal, maybe brass or some other lightweight metal as it drops to the ground, and you would hear a loud crack. Not just from the crate hitting the plasteel below, but whatever contents were inside this crate have also now broken. The Administratum official too busy dealing with the pilot and the Valkyrie, and also I would imagine at this point way too far away. This dock is huge inside, easily I would say 300 meters in length, and probably the same in height. The large metal vaulted ceilings are impossibly tall. What little illumination there is here just seems to come from these circular lights overhead, spotlights that just beam down towards the docks, leaving the central gangway towards the door in relative darkness. Enough to see, but dim.
So Faust at the back of the group, we're like, so where to next?
Well, we need to work our way to the Thaler hostelry. It's in the lower district.
Which way is that?
Not having the best sense of direction, Noros is just going to point her in a direction.
Oh, are you really just going to point in a direction?
But
excellent. Go on.
What was the name of it?
Thaler hostelry.
Is there anyone nearby?
Apart from servitors, no. It seems that this lone official's the only intelligent individual in this entire dock. The rest of the people here are just servitors moving cargo to and fro. There would be a multitude of cranes moving, but again, all operated by the lobotomized.
Any signage? Any
Mudgate.
signage
Mudgate, pointing out of the dock. But apart from that, it's literally it's nothing but a metal box with several platforms.
Outside of the immediate dock, right?
Yep.
You go through the big gates.
You
technically outside the mud gate.
Absolutely.
The docks of the mud gate.
So at this point, though, it would open up into this large cavernous chamber with a multitude of other doors that seem to branch off to various other docks. And here there would be in the center of the room a information desk. When I say desk, it's more like what looks to be a small chapel just in the center of this chamber.
Ostrin's gonna head there, just kind of like lumbering. I'm not sure if the cloak fits him or not.
Oh, you tell me.
It might just cover like literally. All right, maybe it just covers like half of him. Like clearly, it was not made for an Ogrim, but he made it work somehow. It's kind of like a half cloak. Can't really hide the trench pick, so he's just got it have to heaved up on one shoulder, and he's just heading off towards the church.
As you begin to get closer to it, you would see this church-looking building has a multitude of bars and entrances. Not so many entrances, but more like desks that are behind a barred window. A queue of easily 100 people line up to 7 or 8 different desks, all waiting to be processed or waiting for information, directions, so on and so forth. Glancing over the crowd, You imagine there's about an hour or so's wait to get through this throng of people.
Austrian's just gonna, like, make a face, and he's just gonna walk forward.
So with Austrian making his way through the crowd, pushing the odd person would shout, turn to start potentially hurling some verbal abuse before seeing the sheer size and cowering. The odd whisper of mutant would ring through, gasps. Whilst Austrian's pushing his way through the crowd, what are the rest of you doing?
Faust's following in his wake because he makes a nice
Yup.
channel so I don't have to touch people.
Is the perception that these are people who are like incoming into this dock and they're
Absolutely.
going to like get information?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And
Eric's following behind.
yeah. Well, Enoch is going to follow after because the only source of information here is going to be the people at the desks. Anybody else is going to be worthless for information. So he's just going to be following after Austrian. Yeah, step aside, step aside.
You'd hear the odd cry of, "Who the... Oh, God, who... What? He's a big boy." Pushing through the crowd, though, you eventually reach one of the desks, and you are met with another member of the administratum, a rather elderly gentleman who looks up from behind the piles of parchment and tomes arrayed in front of him. Yes, how may I assist?
Austrian has to literally get on a knee to be seen.
Level, yeah.
His face
Oh,
probably
God.
takes up the entire window.
By the
And he just
Emperor!
levels. He just levels this wide smile at him, and this where once were teeth were now like crudely made metal teeth that were literally just drilled in. He just smiles at the man and says,
Ah,
"Praise the Emperor."
yes, praise be unto the Emperor. May I help you, or is your handler available to talk at all?
He almost wanted to look insulted at the handler, but instead he just kind of like looked behind him and kind of like moved his arm out wide enough where like the crowd would get moved back a bit.
Oh, they would
and
move.
motioned for and motioned for like one of the others to come forward.
Enoch will fill that void if
Absolutely.
nobody steps up quickly enough.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thank you. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor
Where's
protects.
The Thalmor hostelry. We have just arrived and we have very important business related to work and things.
That's
I mean, I'm putting it out there so that you have me roll something, so you can show off
Yeah.
the system and do stuff.
yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I'm looking at the minute. I'm kind of thinking that's
presence.
either a presence. Definitely a
rapport,
presence.
maybe?
Yeah, presence. I'm gonna go with presence. Yeah, let's give me a. I'm gonna give you this as a bit of a routine.
So just normal roll.
No, routine. So this should be
Oh, okay.
the next a little bit easier.
Yeah, I see it. Difficulty routine.
Difficulty routine.
All right.
So it should give you plus 20 to the
And-
roll.
Huh.
As soon as you mention Thala Hostelry, the old man's gaze just begins to glaze over. completely ignoring what you said after. Fella hostelry. The slums, of course. What, you're wanting directions or... Here.
Yes, directions.
So, more for the grinder, of course. Far end of the chamber, you want turbo lift 3, which will take you down to the lower levels. There, you'll want to catch probably the... and he'll turn around, begin to look through a stack of parchment behind him as he takes one out. And you would get a brief glimpse that it seems to be a rough map of some of the train lines leading from the mud gate into the hive itself. So you want line 42. That will take you into the lower parts of the hive, and then from there it should be looking for a big... which station? No, line 47 will lead you to the Thaler hostelry.
Yes. Noros, did you get that down?
Yes.
Turbo 3 to lower levels, line 47 to the lower hive where the hostelry is.
Yes, it is all written down.
Cool.
And Noros is going to be standing there, just writing stuff down. Let's like.
And then Enoch is going to kind of lean past Ostrin. Is there anything else we need? Just like looking at the other people, giving them a second to come up with anything.
Not that comes to mind.
And then
Faust,
he's going to lean back.
Faust gives a non-committal shrug.
That will be all. Thank you for your assistance. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Next!
And then he's going to just pat Ostra on the arm. Well done, well done.
Gonna give a look like a dog that's in praise, and just slowly get up off his knee and stand up to his full height.
The crowd steps back even further.
And he's just gonna part the crowd of people as he leaves.
Barrick's
So we'll trudge out.
following quick step. Doesn't want to get caught in the crowd.
Enoch?
Oh, Enoch is getting out of there. He wants to make it to wherever they're going, to be away from this place and get started. Hoping that upon arrival we'll get more information.
Absolutely. Mordecai, how have you been taking all this?
I've been kept back a little way, just watching the rest of the team's back, making sure there's nobody paying them too close attention, apart from the obvious.
Well,
there's a fucking Ogren at the front.
Roll me a awareness check, a routine awareness check. You're pretty much on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, there are easily a couple of 100 people here. It's packed, but you're keeping a close eye. You don't really make out anything that would either pique your interest or concern you.
Mm-hmm.
No one seems to be paying too much attention to the group, apart from the odd person who is obviously afraid of this Ogren pushing their way through the crowd. But carry on.
And I'm just picking my way through the crowd, not trying to cause any attention to myself. But I do have one hand under my poncho, just okay.
Excellent. So, with the group following Osteron's lead back through the crowd, you eventually make your way towards the lifts. Lift 3, you begin to descend lower down back towards ground level. And it's here where, whilst these lifts are enormous, easily 100 meters in width, probably again 25 to 50 in length, in depth, you could see through the scaffolding and through the girders the exterior of the planet Vol. The wide open plains of what appears to be desert, but upon closer inspection seems to be this reddish hued sludge that goes on for as far as the eye can see. A multitude of smaller outposts kicking fumes up into the atmosphere dot the landscape further out, and on top of that, the main attraction, that of Hive Rockar itself, this huge metropolis of plasteel, ceramide of concrete that just pierces through the skies. The cargo lift itself takes 20 or 30 minutes to descend to the station below. Here there's several different groups of people, from pilgrims to servitors and their mechanicus handlers to various other individual civilians, workers alike, and dotted around the perimeter of the lift will be members of the Astra Militarum, more likely a planetary defense force security. Eventually, though, reaching the station, it's another stretch to make your way through the seething mass of individuals to get to one of the platforms that leads towards the Thala hostelry, platform 47. Here, boarding one of the long, perhaps even kilometre-long cargo trains, you begin to make your way into the Hive itself. Any questions or comments or anything in regards to what you may see, what you may hear?
Yeah. On the line we're riding, is it like just packed full, like people shoulder to shoulder, or is it more sparse on this ride?
It wouldn't be shoulder to shoulder. It would be busy, with it being one of the main cargo lines from the Mudgate into the Hive. But yeah, it's not sardines.
And like the people on the train, are they like the person at the desk instantly was like, "This is the slums."
Yeah.
Are all the people on the train look like they're slum dwellers, or
Absolutely. Yeah.
something to that fact?
Yeah, absolutely. The vast majority of people would be dressed in rags or tattered robes, perhaps servants or labourers who've worked in the Mudgate and are heading home. Certainly people who... it's not high society.
Well, looking out, Enoch's just going to mutter under his breath about the place and wait to arrive.
Yeah, Barrick is going to keep an eye on the crowd, see if there's anyone watching for people. Might be looking to do some shenanigans, like rob people and stuff.
Roll me an awareness check. And again, we'll stick with it being just a routine one. It's not overly packed. It's nothing too crazy. You can see between people. The rolls have been feast or famine. You would see a couple of individuals dressed in what you assume to be ganga gear, making a little bit of a fuss further down one of the carriages. Now, bear in mind, these carriages are pretty large. It's not like a metro system. These are 20 meters wide, and again, the train itself a kilometer long. Each cart is easily 50 meters in length. Whilst no one approaches you, you would get the impression that keeping any valuables close would certainly be the right call.
Just being in the carriage, Barrick is just going to kind of have his hand ready to pull his combat shotgun if shit goes sideways.
I'm going to assume people are staying away from the big ogre.
Yes.
So I'm going to kind of separate myself from the group and kind of try and listen in to any conversations that these other people are having. See if there's any problems going on in the lower city, any kind of rumors going around.
That sounds like it warrants a... I think we're sticking with awareness still. Do you have anything that would help you with awareness or any augmetics?
Let me check. I think my augury ray will actually help. But
whilst you're doing that, Carrotry, thank you for the follow. Hello, how are you? It's been a while. I appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Cacophony, may your rolls be as fruitful as a tree full of carrots.
Okay.
Good job, Cacophony.
Go home, Cacophony. You're drunk.
So my augury ray helps with perception, not awareness.
With perception, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Let's say you. No, perceiving's looking. You're just trying to overhear things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just give me a routine awareness check, please. It's good. All right. With you stepping away from the group, you would begin to overhear that some of the dock workers have noticed an increase in people wearing white robes knocking around and bringing goods into the hive. A name of... Ooh, it's +1. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah. So yeah, there would be a granted, whilst their robes are white, they're not exactly clean. But you just overhear a conversation of, God, you know, honestly, I'm surprised that they're growing as they are. You know, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. But, well, you know what they say, right? Things will certainly get a lot better when the Emperor's Seraph comes. Followed shortly by the other person just glancing around. And, you know, we shouldn't be talking about things like that. Who knows what others will do out here? Oh, the Seraph... Blessed by the Emperor, that one. It'll be perfect. Don't you worry about it. Look, how about next time? You're free, you're off. Come to one of the meetings. Glancing around, the other person would see you relatively close by Norros as she shuts her mouth and ushers her companion back out of earshot from you.
Very interesting. He's just going to be kind of scrolling through things on his data slate, or acting like he's scrolling through things, but he's just taking notes.
An hour passes, and eventually the train comes to a halt. The large doors creak open, revealing another similar-looking platform to the one before, but this time a large sign hangs from the ceiling and in Gothic script reads Thala Hostelry.
It appears we've arrived.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
You sound so enthused.
In confines with that many people for so long, I'm actually genuinely pleased to be moving on, Brother Enoch. Thank you.
Yes. And he's gonna just try to get out of the train and get into the open air because, well, you know, we're kind of packed in here, and yeah.
All right.
And he's gonna look over towards Noros. Is there a unit number, or are we just
No
supposed
unit
to
number was
throw a tent up?
no unit number was provided. See if we might be able to see if they have a front desk. We can ask about a reservation, maybe.
Reservation here in this wretched hive of scum and heresy.
You know how the Inquisitor likes to keep information to himself. All he said was Thala Hostelry.
You're going to be the next Beric if you say that word again.
Which word?
The one that begins with I. Don't say that word.
Oh, yes. He still has no idea what Enoch is actually talking about because the words just kind of run through his brain so fast.
And Enoch is going to look around and see if anyone's taken any notice or they're looking.
Since you're hyper alert to this one, I think that would certainly be an awareness, but it's going to be relatively easy to see whether or not anyone responds to the word of Inquisition.
Yeah. Inquisitor.
Yeah.
It's like, do
In fact,
not say that.
I think that's very easy to tell if anyone's responded to that. And while we're doing that, Noros, roll me a...
Please, God. Emperor.
All right, no, you know what? No. No, the Emperor does indeed provide. As you glance around, though, Enoch, the vast majority of people here are either trying to get on the train or off the train, and no one has really taken much notice. You feel pretty safe in the knowledge that that little slip-up, if anyone did overhear it, they don't want to get involved.
Well, yeah.
Can Faust use his telepathic abilities just to sift surface thoughts of people passing, just in case somebody's suddenly fucking panicking?
I mean, absolutely, go for it.
Okay.
That's to
Famous
me.
last words.
That to me sounds like a psychic mastery check. Again, I would probably say this is something relatively easy for you to do. In what sort of area are you trying to cover?
I mean, it was said quite quietly, so just within earshot, so maybe 30 meters.
Yeah. So what we're saying, easy? Would you say that's fair? And something you could easily do?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to break into anybody's head. It's just like the surface, like the knee-jerk reaction.
So what, I would even say then, I would even say it's very easy, maybe.
Okay. Faust detects it. Cast detect butt clench.
As you begin to reach out, in fact, this is the first time you've used a psychic power, Faust. How does your powers manifest? What's this look like?
Well, he's covered in the super stealthy fucking inquisitorial poncho, so most of his face is covered. But Faust's got an aquila on a chain around his neck, so he just places his hand on that, and his eyes. I mean, if anybody knew what they were looking for, they'd see power growing in his eyes. And it'd probably drop, like there'd be a strange wind that swept across the platform, but that's normal. It's the weather, right? You're in a hive city. Strange winds are normal, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just So Faust's eyes would just be glowing, but he's basically covered with the hood, like hanging down to his nose. Like he's looking at the floor mainly, and he's just using his mind, letting his mind drift out in a wide area to see if he can
find anyone panicking.
Yeah, like feel emotions basically. Yeah.
I'm going to say with that. So no one visibly reacted. But I'm going to leave this one to you, Faust, for a bit of flavour. Do you detect anyone?
Yeah, but Faust will just all of a sudden he'll go from his hunch position and he'll spin round and look at somebody and make direct eye contact with them, and they'll just be like, I never saw nothing. Yep, I never heard anything. Just go by your business. Ignore it. Yep, it didn't happen. I'm leaving. And he'll just walk off. Like this guy had changed direction, walk off, probably back home, and just be like, I'll just forget the whole thing ever happened.
All right. So, with that said, though, here as you step through the platform, you would eventually reach a massive set of adamantium doors. One of them's on one side's closed, and their surfaces have been engraved with various symbols of the Aquila over the years. The whole area itself is grime encrusted, a layer of soot that lines the corners of the chamber and around the door. Beyond the door, though, leads to a red bricked tower of a building. Here, multiple floors just seem to pierce high into the air, almost touching the steel and concrete support layer above that leads to the next floor. This, alongside the building, is a red lit sign that just reads Thala Hostelry. It is a colossal structure in size. Absolutely colossal. Here on the outside of the building, there's a large courtyard. This courtyard seems like the vast majority of the places you've seen so far is just teeming with individuals. Some stood on the corners selling various food. It's probably not the right word to describe it. Edible sustenance would be a better way of putting it. You should begin to make your way down the central area of the courtyard. The smell of fried corpse starch that's been formed into makeshift sausages and fried in, certainly fried in oil, but not cooking oil. And it's due to that there is the faint stench of oil promethium in the air.
The cooking sausages in Prometheum?
Okay.
I mean, is it a sausage if it's made from corpse starch? I mean, there's meat in it, I guess.
It's sausage shaped.
It's sausage shaped, yes. But there's a multitude of vents that line the courtyard that you step into, and here you will see dust motes flowing freely from the various vents, and a multitude of small glow globes or lumen globes that cast a little bit of an ominous look into the area. It's not exactly well lit. Couple that with a multitude of signs and motivational posters. Things such as you can see, productivity honors the Emperor. Work harder for the Emperor. A lot of the individuals here seem to be workers, giving the impression that your patron has basically set you up a safe house in perhaps one of the shittiest parts. Not the shittiest, but it's certainly not the Ritz. This is not the Upper Spire. This is not a pleasant place.
Noros is going to kind of look around to see if he can see any of the anyone wearing the white robes.
Ooh, okay. That to me. I think we're back to awareness, I would say. Unless you can, looking at recommend me something else that you're doing rather than just glaring around.
No, pretty much awareness.
Yeah. Here, unfamiliar territory. You glance around. It's stacked full of people. Some, again, selling food. Others with small stalls that are, selling various odds and ends, such as small sculptures of what you may believe to either be the Emperor or of other Imperial saints or figures, various hand-carved aquillas and holy items, along with more mundane things, pans, pots, forks. It's very much seems to be a jumble sale, a garage sale outside the front of this building. But yeah, I would say it's routine. A routine awareness check.
I'm gonna fail this hard.
Absolutely, you maxed out failed that. No, you don't see any of the anyone in white robes amongst the seething mass of individuals. In fact, if anything, Norris, a couple of individuals would no doubt bump into you as you're making your way down the central part of the courtyard.
All right. Then after that, he's just going to double check his data slate and make sure that there's no tab number.
Ooh, you're double checking. Roll me a linguistics. Easy.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm glad to see some things never change.
There's always one in the group, right?
Yeah. with data slate in hand, you're getting jostled left to right and just unable to completely focus. What should have just been a cursory glance ends up taking far too much time. I would probably say that the entire journey towards the entrance to the Thala Hostelry complex would be taken up by you just scouring over the data slate. Eventually, yes, you will find a floor and a room number, but I'm not going to give you that yet because it's taking time. What are the rest of you doing whilst Noros is failing miserably with his rolls?
Ostrin's
Nora-
literally just gonna.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ostrin first. Ostrin first.
Ostrin's going to walk up to one of the food vendors and he's gonna like sit there and like count little beads of change in his massive hand for like one of those really sus looking sausages. But he's also gonna make small talk with the guy, you know, about like the area, what's been going on lately, how the people are doing, any like thing, you know, stuff like that, any noteworthy stuff.
All right, big lad. All right. What can I get for you, big boy?
Oh, sausage.
You. He takes one of the corpse starch-shaped sausage objects off of the grill in front of him and just begins to wave it in front of you. There you go. That's yeah.
Drops a few coins in front of him and just kind of like
shit.
his whole hand just takes the whole thing.
Oh, that's a few coins to this man. His eyes widen. Oh, Emperor Bip, are you sure? Yeah, here, take another one. In fact, you know what? Take two. There you go.
He just takes more into one hand. He's just like got his hand wrapped around as many as he gives him, and he just like slowly repeats this question about like how are the people here?
Oh.
And what's been going on? And you know, small talk.
People, I mean, yeah, we're. I mean, it's the Thala Hostel, isn't it? You know, we're doing all right. We're doing our bit. Most people here, well, as you know, tend to be working at the docks, down at the old shipyards, and some of them down in the acid vats. Hey, that reminds me, acid vats. Is anyone else with the? With Ostrin?
No, but I'll probably just poke either Barak or Mordecai if he's close around, and just be like, "Do you want to check on the big guy? He gave that man money, and I don't know how much."
Barrack will go over there and see what's going on.
Okay, Mordecai, are you staying put or are you going as well?
No, I'm gonna let Varric deal with that.
So, Barry, as you approach, you would just catch the tail end of the conversation as this man's thanking Osterin for the coins. Like, yeah. Well, I mean, the acid vets, there was that explosion the other week. Terrible thing. Terrible. Fair few people got washed away with it all.
What happened with the explosion?
Well, I mean, it's the old Hive, isn't it? You know, every now and again, the Administratum deem that the old place needs to be washed down, chemicals and all that for the Medicaid stuff. And, well, word has it, it was an unplanned sluice of acid of the vats to clear it all out. I mean, I don't believe that, but, supposedly someone survived it. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
He just nods his big head a few times and then just basically in 2 bites eats the sausages.
So that's one
Barrett's gonna just kind of
Yeah.
tap on Austrian. Big guy, how much money did you give him?
A few coins. I counted.
The
Barrett's gonna
the man starts
out around behind the guy.
He starts moving. He starts moving his coin.
Give you?
This generous individual gave me a good amount of solas. It's good food. It's good food. I earned these.
Barrick's eyes are gonna kind of narrow at the vendor. How many coins did he give you?
As you step closer, due to the grating beneath your feet, Barrick, it begins to creak loudly, unnervingly so, as one of the plates begins to shift, and at the very last moment, before you take another step further towards this man, the plate gives way briefly. Roll me a... Ooh, let's go with... Reflexes dodge check, please, Barrick. It's going to be easy. You hear it creaking. You feel the plate start to slip beneath your foot. And at the last minute, just as this plate begins to slip down, you quickly whip your foot to the side as the plate drops into the maintenance shaft below. Not too far, it's only about a meter or so, but this loud clatter of metal rings around the courtyard. A couple of eyes turn in your direction, and this man's already pale complexion grows even paler. Five! He gave me 5 solas! 5 solas to slum.
Then how many of these... Then I'm gonna take... Barrick's gonna take his hand, not trying to touch the corpse sausage meat. How many of these did you give him for that?
How many did you take, Ostrom?
He would have taken the 2 given, but like, just kind of like eye in the conversation. He's just gonna slowly reach over and start grabbing some more.
The man just watches.
See, Barrick's gonna lean into the vendor. You see, the big guy here, awfully hungry. I think 5 coin would be enough for him to eat his fill, unless he gets angry, and we wouldn't want that. Take
what you... Please, take what you need. The Emperor protects.
Oh, yes. Thank you. The Emperor always protects.
He makes the sign of the Aquila.
Barrick's gonna just go back to Austrian. Eat your fill, big guy.
Oh, okay. And he's just gonna like just start eating and eating and eating. He'd probably eat his entire
the entire stock of corpse start sausage just disappears into the cavernous maw of Osterin.
Fire later.
When he's done, he's gonna walk back over towards the group with maybe a couple of extra corpse sausages there and like offer them out if anyone wants any. If they don't, he's just gonna eat them. He's also gonna relay the story of like the explosion with apparently one sole survivor to the rest.
Tell us.
Oh, the sausage man said, there was a big explosion the other day and it killed a lot of people, and except one was very lucky, and strange that one person should survive when everyone else died is kind of what he said, but apparently it's something that isn't surprising given that this place is old and tends to fall apart.
A survivor? I don't know much about acid stuff, but that seems very Unlikely.
Did this survivor have a name?
Nope, he didn't say a name. He just said, there was a survivor.
The Emperor works in mysterious ways sometimes.
You know, that's probably what our compatriots are investigating.
Ah, the same.
Yes, that's probably what that is. The
That is
saint of
concerning.
faulty aqueduct safeties.
What I will say, though, before anyone else dives in, is I would imagine that you're going to spend the next little bit of time just going between the stores, trying to find out a little bit of information about how things operate here. In regards to Hive Rockar, there is a well-known operation here that the Administratum typically schedule giant acid baths of the levels that produce the Medicae items to cleanse any and all foreign objects, any potential diseases. If you are caught on one of the levels where this acid sluice is dredged through, good luck. They basically just pour acid throughout the entire level to clear it.
Getting caught down there is not habit forming.
No.
I'm just going to tell you, if we get the Jared Leto Joker, I'm going to be very upset.
So yeah, that's one of the main things that at least some of the, a lot of the workers here, those who work in the docks take the train. The others typically work in the acid refineries, manufacturing basically acid that's used in these sterile baths of the levels. Any other questions in regards to things you may want to know whilst you're meandering your way through the crowds towards the entrance to the mega complex of the Thala hostelry?
Local gangs. What's the local fucking...
Local gangs?
Because there's always going to be a shitebag gang in anywhere.
There is.
What's the local gang like?
So...
And are they visible?
You will be getting some information from this regardless of the role, but this is more of a case of how much. How are you trying to find this information, Faust? Are you asking people, or are you just looking?
Yeah, because from what Faust's seen, most gangs have colours or a scheme, or they kind of dress alike. So he's trying to, because it might be a religious group, fanatical group of fucking Enochs that are a gang, or it might just be some Hive scum fucking drug dealers type of gang.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to figure out who the local gang is.
I think to me that's a logic. Roll me a logic check. Easy, relatively easy. You'd be able to piece together an easy logic check. You'd be able to piece together bits of information from, again, conversations. The main gangs that would come up in conversation would be Cutters, Viceth, and another gang called the Block. It seems that the only thing really from that you would gather is that Cutters seem to operate a little bit more here in Thala and its surrounding area. but they don't typically have too many identifying features, apart from they're not exactly the most overt.
Okay.
Yeah, they do typically have a symbol or a patch of what looks to be machinery and a circular blade, either tattooed on them or on their clothing, on their back, so on and so forth. But that's really all you can gather. Not many people seem to want to talk about the local gangs for obvious reasons. But yeah, you will get those 3 names and at least the identifying gang logo of the Cutters gang.
Okay.
Anything else, or are we?
I don't know.
The courtyard?
Has Norris finally fucking decrypted the fucking thing in, found out where our fucking abode is?
If you are all done here, then I would say at this point, yes.
Good.
Eric is going to do one final thing. He's going to just tap Ostrin and just be like, all right, big man. No more just handing out a bunch of coins anymore. Talk to one of us if you want to get food.
Fine. He'll follow him. He'll follow him where they're going.
Okay. So, as you walk down the last remnants of the courtyard, you'd reach towards the end. There's a section that seems to have collapsed. Bits of the buildings just spread out, leading to a multitude of other smaller alleys. And it's here, Norris, that you would eventually decipher the coordinates given to you for the safe house. Thala Hostelry, Building 7, Floor 93, Room 72.
Okay. Let me jot that down real quick. I never forget that.
Which leads... you also managed to decipher a very crude map leading towards the building in question. In fact, do you, Norris?
Oh, no.
Roll me a navigation check, please. I think this is going to be pretty challenging, but you're not too bad at navigation.
You say that now.
Of course I did.
For fuck's sake, what is this?
If nothing else, he is very consistent.
It's like channeling inner Nazenki right here. You know, we want to go west, but we're going east instead.
You need to go east.
So,
Can I perform a rite of percussive maintenance on my data slate?
by all means, if that's right. Yeah.
I'm just... So if none of you are aware of the rite of percussive maintenance, I'm just going to beat the shit out of this data slate. Let's see if it starts working again.
I mean, the name of the right kind of give it away.
But let's...
What should have been a half an hour walk to Building 3 ends up taking about 2 hours.
Faust's just going to point out, he's going to be like, you know, we walked past this twice, right?
Did we?
Yeah, most definitely.
I don't remember this building at all.
It's all right. We've lost our tail.
All
I
right, we need to
assume
go-
that's why you took that long ass route and not just come straight here.
Yes, of course. That's the reason. We need to go to floor 72.
Well, as you're saying this, it's at this point you begin to descend a small ramp with a set of stairs that leads to the entrance to Building 3. It's also
Lift
here.
out in it, you.
It's also here. We will call a quick be right back. A quick break. As you would see a large group of individuals gathered in front of you all who start to turn their attention towards this ponchoed mass of individuals. We'll be right back.
If the dice keep rolling the way they are, I probably have a less than 10% chance of succeeding any actual dice roll.
No, it's combat now, right? Flip the switch. Say it. We're gonna do it.
Yes, let me give Norris the things he's good at. Oh, wait.
I mean, he's good at rolling 80 and above. That's what he's really good at.
If this was any other game where a high number is what you want, Shade, you would be smashing it.
Absolutely killing it, mate.
That's
Well
true.
done.
It's all right. Beginner's unluck, mate. Let's put it down to that.
There's one person in every session that always rolls like shit. And today it's you. It's usually me, so...
You're
The
welcome to
return
that.
were... Okay, this is fun.
Go on,
Oh, this wonderful scene.
Yeah. All right. Are we all back?
Yee.
Excellent.
I am.
So, with you beginning to descend down this small ramp of cobbles and old worn stairwell. Here you would see, on the stairs at least, that there's an obvious groove in each step. Tens of thousands of feet have passed down this over perhaps the same amount of time. But that's not what grabs your attention. The gaggle of obvious gangers stood outside Thala Hostelry Building 3 would be the first thing you notice. Here, an individual with a tattered black leather jacket, what appears to be just a pair of leather pants, pink boots, and a pink mohawk, 2 blades in hand, an auto pistol stuffed into the pants that protrudes out in a rather lewd manner, begins to call out towards you all. This squeaky voice oh, not that squeaky. Hey, you lot ain't from round here. Poncho buddies, how's about you drop some of them there solars that you've got, and any other goodies, eh? Wasn't that right, boys and girls? I think they should relieve themselves of any valuables that they've got into our possession, because, well, it's the right thing to do, isn't it? If you're trying to get in there. Absolutely. Yeah.
This guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing this, a couple of the other gangers would start to just reach for their various weapons. You would see next to the pink-haired mohawked ganger, a man in a bowler hat, dirtied work clothes, and draw 2 stub revolvers. On the rise above you, a man in a stained yellow industrial jacket would put an auto gun on the railing looking down at you, and you would see another man further down near the pile of rubble just push what you assume to be a courtesan off of him as the shotgun is unslung from his shoulder. From outside the Thala Hostelry Building 3 itself, 2 other individuals would start to make their presence known. Again, both of them pulling pistols from either beneath their jackets or from their trousers. Any response from you guys?
I was just going to tug on Mordecai's sleeve and be like, no powers, right?
They do draw a lot of attention.
Okay. And he puts his hands in his poncho, grabs a hold of his knife and his fucking last pistol. How crude.
Things go bad. We'll revisit that question, though.
As the Emperor wills.
Okay.
Go on, Enoch.
So everything looks like they're just talking, but they're preparing to attack.
They're certainly there to intimidate you into giving whatever possessions are on your person to them in payment for going into the hostel.
Oh. Enoch is going to approach. Hands in his robes.
Okay.
Here. Yes.
Yeah. So you're going to step into towards them. Absolutely.
So just out of reach. and he's going to bring his flamer up to this guy, face to face. Have you ever smelled Promethium up close?
If that's the case, then I'm going to say roll initiative, and Enoch, you get a round of surprise straight off the bat as you just storm forward with the hand flamer and let rip. Now, what I will say though is the rest of you would immediately see, at least after this, not everyone here seems to be a ganger. But who knows?
That's what we lateral damage.
Who knows? Enoch, on your little hotbar at the bottom, I believe you've got a little flamer icon. I think it's like number 4. If you want to target So,
I do want to target him with T, right? And then
Yep.
I've got flamer here.
So, just very quickly, because you weren't here for the conversation earlier, the bar at the bottom is just a visual identifier for me to, for chat for who you are attacking, because unlike D&D, we don't have the automated animations. For all of the attacks is done from the combat tab in from your character sheet. So, with that,
So do you want me to throw this up for once, then roll initiative?
Yeah, I mean, roll initiative anyway. You get a free round of surprise.
So this flamer is a weird weapon, admittedly. So
what do you do
flamer,
with it?
Basically, he's just going to spray this guy, and I don't know how far this is going to reach.
The entire grid. So basically, the way combat works in Imperium Maledictum, it's all zone-based. So this zone here is classed as one area. So if something affects a zone, it would be this block. If you are in, if something got short range, that's anything in the zone you're in. If it's medium range, it's the zone you're in and an adjacent zone. And if it's
close and range short.
Yep, so range short would be everyone in in this area.
It ain't a war crime the first time.
I'm trying to make sure that I do this right, because like it's like just an area effect.
It is.
Like it's not as much as a like roll the hit. It's there's fire everywhere. But I'll do
Throw it up. Yeah.
But the thing is, the reason I went with the flamer is because it doesn't rely on ballistic skill.
Correct.
It uses. I had it up in the journal. Armory.
This is the whole point of this session, is just for us to get used to a whole new system.
Flame weapons.
Bear with me. I'll look it up.
Close.
Yep, so basically, if it's close weapon, it's a ranged weapon that can be used in immediate range without incurring disadvantage on the attack. So it is a weapon you can use in straight up close combat.
Okay, and flamer.
As for a flame weapon, so you went with. Let me double check. Another city, another district on fire. Absolutely, you are not wrong.
It's okay. This place is engineered to not catch fire like that. It'll be fine.
So
no, I had it up earlier.
I did as well, and I've just lost it.
Weapon types. Yes, it's the flame. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's.
For the moment, though, what I
Most in
will
the
do
armory.
is I will say, for the sake of we can double check it shortly. He's going to, with his daggers at the ready, see you come towards him. As you just stick the flamer in his face and pull the trigger, he will attempt to dodge it, but I'll make it. We'll go with, make it a little bit more difficult for him. So that would be reflexes, and I will do it at disadvantage because he doesn't see it coming, and I will make it I'll make it hard for him to dodge out of the way of this. So, in fact, not that it matters anyway because you were -6. As you pull the trigger on the hand flamer, you realise the pilot light's not lit. And it just would take a quick flick for the pilot light on the flame just to burst into action. Now, seeing this individual stride out in front of the gang, the rest of the gangers immediately leap into action. They were already geared up for a fight. Anyone want to spend any fate points to jump higher in the initiative?
Barrett will spend a fate point.
I would definitely spend. How many can we spend?
1 per turn.
I'll spend one this turn.
Okay, so in other words, all of you, by the sounds of it, want to change your initiative order this turn. Let me guess.
I'm good where I'm at.
I was happy where I was.
Yeah. My guess. So, who is spending a fate point? Is it all of you?
No, I'm not.
No.
No.
Okay. So Mordecai and Norris aren't. I've brought an Imperial citizen into the fight there when I shouldn't have done. All right. So in that case, then begin combat. Who wants to go first? Since you're all wanting to, barring Mordecai and Norris.
Barrett will go.
All right, Barrett, what are you doing?
I'm gonna move and then take shot at the Yellow Jackets.
Okay. So, you quickly scoot down the stairwell, bring your lasgun to bear. He is obviously going to attempt to try and dodge out of the way of this. Now, I would say, due to the fact that you found out a little bit of information, you know there's gangers around. Whilst you weren't caught in an ambush as such, you are aware that at this point, having glanced over some of the gangers, you just do see the Cutter logo. So I will give you guys 1 superiority for this fight. So basically, you can add 1 to any, to a roll per turn. 1 success level.
I'm gonna light them up.
As the last shot rings out. Oh. It hits. The bolt squarely hits him in the chest between one of the rungs, but at the last minute he just managed to twist his body just enough for the superheated laser to puncture through the side of him. It's not a crippling blow, but still hurts. Are you staying where you are, or are you moving to a different region, a different zone?
I am going to.
There is a little bit of cover, such as
Yeah, I'm gonna use tactical movement.
Okay.
And get myself into cover.
Yeah. Absolutely. So you dive behind
that.
a stack of trash, bits of metal, and a few old discarded crates. You can rotate if you click on your token and press R in the direction you want to turn. Alright. So with that, Barrick sends the first shot. Who's going next?
I'll go next, I guess.
Alright. Norris, over to you.
Not going to get caught up in the middle of everything. He's going to kind of come over here, run down this right side, and close the gap.
Alright, move in.
With his axe. Where's my axe at?
With the Omniscient Axe. This guy, with his pistol, having been drawn at close range, is going to try and shoot you with it.
Okay.
But it's not going to be too good. Was that adding the 1 SL?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Shooting a pistol in combat's a disadvantage, so the shot rings out. He fails miserably, but the Omniscient Axe lands a good hit. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh no! Clean break. So, reading that, what do you do as you go in there, Norris?
So instead of hitting him with the blade of my axe, I'm actually just using the blunt side and trying to knock his legs out from underneath him. But in the act, I'm snapping his right leg at his knee.
Yep.
Malnourished tape.
Oh. So, the attack fractures a bone in his leg. The leg is completely useless. You immediately fall prone. His disadvantage on tests that rely on mobility and your move is reduced 1 step. Additionally, you must make a challenging fortitude pain test or be stunned for a minute. Oof. Fortitude. These guys aren't exactly known for their toughness. But he doesn't care. As the legs swept out, there's a sickening crack that echoes around the open courtyard in front of the Thala hostelry, and the ganger falls to the ground. For a brief moment, Norris, you would see his eyes are glazed over, as if he's on something. He doesn't seem to realise the severity of what's just happened to him. But his leg is still broken. But he's not stunned by pain.
That is going to be his turn.
Alright. So, that was Noros, Barrick, the other ones were Osterin and Enoch, I believe.
I'll go next.
Okay. What are you doing, Osterin?
How far can we move?
So, you get a free movement anywhere within your zone. So, anywhere within this area. Your move action will let you move into an adjacent area. And then you get an additional action. Or if you want to move to a different zone, further along, you can run. So, you see these lines, these green lines? These demark the zone, so your move action would be to move into there. And you still have an action to do something with.
Alright, he is going to just swing the trench pick.
Okay. Is this a cleaving sweep by any chance?
Is the person behind him a ganger, or?
Roll me a perception.
You don't know that they're not a ganger.
Roll me an awareness check. Just a normal straight challenging.
She could have a knife in that cleavage.
She's not wearing the gang colours, but she was attached to one of the gangers when you arrived.
Alright, can I hit this person as well?
If you're going cleave, of course you can. Yeah, you can move.
He's just gonna cleave.
Alright. All of them, or just those two?
Just those two. He's going to be a little bit discerning right now.
Okay. In that case, the guy with the pink mohawk and the two blades is going to try and stab out towards you. And...
So, it's a normal roll, +1 SL.
Yeah, +1 SL.
Difficult.
Difficulty is just a normal challenging. Yeah, just normal. Straight, 0. You both swing in attack, but with that being a cleave, the other guy would also try and evade, which he does. You swing the trench pick out towards the ganger, and he dodges back at the last minute, whilst also trying to sweep out. But again, both of you are... it's kind of like the two weapons just cross paths in midair, and the other ganger ducks, expecting the pick to come flying at him as well. Enoch.
Yes. Well, I did find those stats after the fact.
That's all good. Yeah, yeah.
Now that Ostrin's here, he's going to let the flamer fall to his side, and he's going to pull out his chainsword.
Okay.
And just close here and try to strike this guy.
Excellent.
And
I'm going to make this a little easier with this guy being flanked and just dodging back from Ostrin. I'm going to say it makes it a little bit easier to hit them. So go for easy now that you're both in on it. Just gonna move you there just so you're in the zone.
All right. Oh. Did not roll.
It did not. Have you got the thing popped out by chance?
I do not.
Oh, okay.
Is it got ammo?
Let me.
Chainsaw doesn't have ammo.
Refresh
Refresh your foundry quick.
Okay. Oh, I was trying really hard not to flub that one.
It's all good.
And he's just going to step up. Fear denies faith. And just...
Wait, what?
Strike it. Yeah. It's all that we can do here, pal. We
Is it equipped in your hand?
Are you doing it from the combat tab?
I was, yes. Should I do it from the bar?
No, it should just be from the combat tab. You just click on melee weapon, click on chainsword. So, combat, chainsword.
Actually, it looks like it just rolled a ton of dice for me.
Let me get rid of that and bring you back in. Oh, yeah, Foundry's just lagged up.
Took a shit. I think Foundry just shit itself when I tried to kill this guy with the chainsword.
Oh, yeah. I've just seen the rolls come up. All right. There we go. Quick refresh.
Clicked once, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Let's have a look at that later. A +3 is a hit. Cool.
Hooray.
Let me get rid of some of these chainsword attacks.
Like, all of them? Probably just delete the history at this point. Like, goddamn. Oh.
All right. Yeah.
So, it has damage associated with it.
It does.
Do I have to roll damage, or does it just do damage?
It just does damage. So,
Okay.
all we have to do is he's going to attempt to dodge out of the way. Fails miserably, and with that takes 6 points of damage. Now he does have an armor point of 1, but it's still pretty unpleasant.
Well, he doesn't anymore because he has Ren 2.
Oh, never mind. It does have Ren 2.
And it's loud.
Alright, how does this look?
Well, being that he's just brought up the flamer and like the really impressed, so he stepped up and flung his cloak to the side and he brought the flamer up, and somehow in all that, the draft from the cloak and bringing it up so quickly, it went out. So it's just basically it's fumes. Ostrin has just jumped up. This guy spins around because this living bulldozer just approached. He immediately seizes the opportunity to just step in behind him and bring this chainsaw down across his back while he's facing the big man that's on the other side of him.
Love it. So, with the chainsaw now growling in the open area.
I dare say he has destroyed his Ganger jacket with a Ren 2 on the jacket. It's probably gone.
Yeah, it's stripped off him. Like when cloth gets caught in a chainsaw.
So well, he's now just in his pants.
He's just in his
with
pants.
The pistol tucked in. Yeah. Looks like a knob. Okay.
It's like that scene in Bruce Almighty where he takes his
Yeah.
clothes off.
Yeah. Whoomp.
Only with blood.
All right. So Mordecai, Faust, you two were keeping back, weren't you? I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So the mouthy gang is going to leap into action as much as he can with his jacket shredded, pretty wounded. He's not going to want to deal with this. He's going to disengage as his action. So his action is to disengage. He immediately ducks as this jacket's ripped off his back by the chainsaw, and the chainsaw cuts into him. On hands and knees, he begins to skitter across the cobbles. And with it being his action to disengage, he's going to move towards the pile of clothes while pointing back, going, "Fucking shoot him! Shoot him!" He's then going to move.
And just from behind him, it's not an on-initiative thing. It's going to be, "Coward!"
The bowler ganger at this point, this chap with his auto pistol, has managed to eventually draw it and starts trying to put a shot towards you, Osterin. Now, because this is immediate range, the way this works is that he's going to shoot you with disadvantage because he's shooting at melee range, and you get to hit him back anyway. So, first things first, stub pistol, disadvantage because he's in close range. If you want to attack back, Osterin. Oh no.
You fucked it.
Oh, he has fucked it.
Great fail.
Wait, Ostrus, you still get your attack back as normal. Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
dear.
no.
What's his fumble? Your attack hits an unintended target. If you roll this fumble on a successful attack, your melee weapon... Okay, no, it's not that. Your attack hits a random ally. Oh no. So, as he's drawing the pick, just as he aims it towards you, Osterin, the pick swings in. And... the pistol goes out to the side and the bullet boom, punctures through, hitting his girlfriend. You'd already rolled your trench pick. Don't you worry about that.
Nothing's happening on my screen.
Refresh
I think I
Foundry.
might have
Yeah. Just refresh it.
Yeah.
You rolled. You got a +6.
Oh. So you super hit.
You super hit.
I Okay, now I see it.
So the trench pick is he didn't have him targeted, so I can't auto apply it. Bear with me.
It is not a civilized weapon.
It's not
an elegant weapon from a more civilized age.
correct. It does 4 damage plus your strength and rend. Just quickly roll me a trench pick again, just so it comes up with the damage for me, Osterin. Make sure you target the guy if you don't mind. Let me get rid of that. If I've got an idea, bear with me. I know what I can do. Hold. There we go. So unopposed. Yeah. Holy fuck. So you do 11 damage.
Oh shit!
So that's how it would work. It's yeah. We'll go with that. So, boom. Ostrin, what does this look like then? As the guy.
Let's see.
Get rid of that quick.
So he just hits him in the body. So he literally swings it and hooks it like right in his side, just below the ribs.
Yeah.
And just digs it right in. But rather than like rip it out, he then rotates it back out like perfectly, leaving a gaping puncture wound.
It's as the pick slams into his side where his arm shoots out. The stub pistol goes off and just puts a round straight through the head of the poor lass to his side. Alright, cool. So, Sleeveless Ganger at the back here with the shotgun. Is going to make his way down the rubble, see Enoch, and hopefully put a shotgun slug into Enoch. So let's do it straight auto gun. Enoch, targeting the guy who's just shot you, which is the Sleeveless Ganger. If you press number 1, that should just basically roll a straight up dodge roll check for you. If you're trying to dodge out the way, or do you just want to take it?
I mean, I think I'll put like the minimal effort to be like, oh, maybe I should avoid getting shot. I just had to refresh that really quickly. Press 1. And it's rough.
Doesn't matter because he also failed.
Oh.
So, yeah, I should have read that. It's cancelling opposed test because as he skitters down the rubble, the blast of the shotgun roars out, and you just hear the crack of metal behind you as one of the ventilation pipes is hit by the pellets. But normally, if you're the subject of an attack, that's how you would dodge.
Excellent.
Noros, you're about to get the same sort of thing from this pissed off ganger with their stub pistol. They're going to point it towards you. It's not immediate range. Are you dodging?
Which one?
The one in the pink, with the pink leggings.
You don't
Yeah,
have to
dodging.
dodge.
The Pantyhose Bandit.
But you don't need to dodge. Because they got -3. So you don't even need to dodge. Good spot there, barrack. So yeah, once again, as you're making your way in, Norris, there's a ring out from one of the auto pistol, from the sub pistol, as the Ganga, who's aiming it in your general vicinity. They don't seem to be the greatest of shots. Flashy Ganga on the roof, who got shot by Barrick. Barrick's a little bit of a distance away, so Mordecai is going to take a shot instead from his auto gun. There's a clatter of fire as the auto gun opens up, and bullets just bounce off of the cement below your feet. One hits the metal railing, but these guys suck. Last but not least, guy on the ground. Oof. Whimper, in pain. Move. His action's going to be... He can't move because his thing's reduced. He can't disengage. He's just going to lash out towards Norris with his knife. I'm going to do this at disadvantage because... well, it is already at disadvantage. Because he's on the floor. Oh no. Oh no. Norris, you can either dodge or you can strike back with your axe.
Oh, I'm striking back.
Alright. So this is one thing I do like about melee combat, is it's not just they hit you, it's a straight up both of you attack each other. Oh my god.
What the hell?
You hit him in the head with a crit. Roll the crit. Oh no. Oh no.
Take it away.
Yeah. Yeah. Ouch. So, damage-wise is... yeah, that's enough to drop him completely. What happens to him?
So as he's on the ground and he lashes out at me with his knife, I'm just going to take the blade of my axe and bury it in his eyes. Just come down straight horizontal across the face.
Gets Jordy forged.
That was good. That was good. With that, though, that sort of the gang is gone, so we now go to Mordecai.
Okay.
What are you doing,
Now,
Mordecai?
This chap in the yellow jackets just took a pot shot at me with a shotgun. Oh no, what was it in the oil? Well, where? And he missed.
He did.
What he didn't notice was the long silenced barrel of an Absolution sniper rifle coming.
Remember, you got your +1 for superiority.
Oh yes, I am very aware.
He's going to try and dodge out of the way of this. As he realizes at the last minute this barrel staring him. Oh no. Oh no. It's not enough to kill him, but what happens, Mordecai, as the shot rings out?
Well, the shot doesn't ring out.
It doesn't. Why?
Because this is a silence Absolution.
Oh my god.
So you just hear,
So all you're going to hear is basically the working parts of the rifle move backwards. And a small cough. And then a scream.
Yeah. The round just punctures straight through him. It takes him a moment to realise what's just happened. As all colour fades from him, and he looks down, sees this giant gaping hole in his chest. Which brings us to... have you got any movement, Mordecai, or are you staying put?
No, I think I'll stay where I am.
All right.
Quite like it.
Yeah. Faust. Faust.
Has he died?
I think he's died.
Is he perhaps muted? I don't know.
Whilst we... Oh, I think his microphone just died. So...
In the arms of the angels.
Whilst he's sorting his mic out quick, I'm going to take the opportunity to just say that at this point, all of the gathered scavs and citizens who, or potential gangers, should I say, begin to bolt. They start fleeing in whatever direction is closest to them. A man and child at the bottom start running away south. Another guy also takes his chance to get out of dodge. Are you good there, Faust?
Hello?
Hello! Welcome back.
Hello. I don't know what the fuck happened.
You're on your headset mic.
Am I?
You are.
Yeah, this Discord just took a shit for me. I was trying to figure out what happened.
Running diagnostic.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion found. Get fucked, stay fucked.
How about now?
Much better.
Better.
Fuck your Discord, alright?
It's because
a big fat show.
it's because we're trying something new. It's like, oh, new game, new rules, new world. Let's just throw a spanner in the works. What are you up to?
Is that guy in the yellow still alive? Is he?
Barely.
Or Faust's gonna just pull out his last pistol and try and finish him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. He just doesn't know. He just hasn't fallen over
You
yet.
just know it. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck. SL1, yeah.
SL1, absolutely.
Not 10. No,
Not
no.
10. 10 would be nice.
Challenging, yeah.
Yeah, just a normal challenging shot. He's going to try and dodge this, but I'm going to give him disadvantage due to the fact that he's got a fucking gaping hole in his chest.
That's alright. I suck at shooting.
He limps to the side, and the shot just misses him by about an inch or so. But that would be the end of the round, with all of the civilians fleeing. One guy down. 2, 3 incredibly fucked up. Yeah, they are on full get out of dodge mode. So the mouthy ganger will stumble out, unless anyone wishes to burn any more fate.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Oh, not so much burn it, but spend it. Okay. So yeah, he's going to basically move. I'm not going to run him. He can't. He's going to hobble away. Bowler guy. Not in a good spot. Not in a good spot at all, but he... Oh. Big Brute is going to do his best with knife in hand. He's going to try and stab Osterin. Whatever sense he had is fight or flight. This guy chose to fight. Do you want to try and dodge, or are you going to hit him back, Osterin?
Sorry, I was muted.
So good.
He's gonna hit him back.
All right.
Let's see. This. decides to work this turn.
Yeah. Make sure you got the guy targeted. Oh my god.
Hey. Look at that.
So, yeah, you easily bring the trench pick down on the guy. Your roll's higher than his. Smashing through. Trench pick is... let me just double check that. Yeah, it's fucking 11 damage. Fuck me. Holy shit. What happens to him, Ostrin?
So the pick doesn't come down, but rather up. He swings it up between his legs and basically impales him on it, brings him up for like full circle, and then deposits him right on the other side, like right here.
Yeah.
And just kind of like puts his boot on him and pulls his pick out of him.
Oh, man. Savage. With that... Yeah, no, that's basically, that's just your reaction. He's dead.
Okay.
Sleeveless Ganger. He's going to seize Osterin, and with his weapon, he's going to put a round into you, which you've already used your reaction to hit the brawler. So as you're currently slapping his friend down into the ground, this shot heads out towards you. I think Foundry's been a little bit derpy at the minute, boys.
I'm having to like reload it every few rolls.
Yeah. So, it doesn't really matter, because... oh, hang on, no, it doesn't matter, because he failed. Yeah, I need to have a look at that and see what's going on, whether it's the system or whether it's something else causing this. Alright. So, yeah, with the shotgun ringing out, a -4 misses. Pissed off Ganger, try and get this sorted from the stub pistol. Not enough ammo. Oh no! with the pistol aimed at you, Naros, she pulls the trigger. Click. She looks down at the pistol, throws the pistol to the ground, and starts to set off at a sprint. Flashy Ganger's bleeding out. He's going to make a fortitude pain to see whether or not he can actually do anything at this state, because having a fist-sized hole in your chest, yeah, no. He drops prone, collapses as he starts to bleed out. Smugganger is dead, out of the fight. Barrick. At this point, a lot of people are starting to flee.
Yes, and I'm going to be firing some more shots.
Yeah, the guy with the shotgun. You bring carbine to bear. Ooh. Is it a hit? Let's find out. He sees it coming. He manages to duck at the last minute. The last bolt just passes by his head. Oh, I'm so sorry, Barry.
Oh, that lucky bastard.
So sorry. No movement, I guess.
Nope, gonna stay in cover.
All right, Mordecai.
Hello.
What are you up to?
Okay. Well, I saw this fella take a shoot at the big boy. I don't like that. So I'm just going to move across here slightly.
Yeah.
And throw my sights on this fella.
Alright. And just put a round through him.
Thank you.
Get some.
Sorry,
I keep forgetting to do it myself.
Yeah, I'm used to it doing it automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Normal challenging still, yeah?
Yep, straight normal challenging roll. He's already tried to dodge, so he can't. This is an unopposed test, so it hits him. Ooh. Again, with the exhale of gas, as you said, like a slight cough, and the heavy clink of bolt from the Absolution rifle, another round sent out, puncturing through the sleeveless ganger's exposed shoulder. Not enough to drop him, though, to the ground, sadly. But, Norris, unless you've got any movement, Mordecai, are you good where you are?
Yeah, I'm pretty good where I'm at.
All right. Norris, what are you up to? Noros
is... Since he has such an issue with human emotion, he's trying to figure out why the guy ran. But then as he looks over and views the rest of the carnage the group has wrought, he believes it's the only logical choice. So, leaving that guy to his fate, he's just going to saunter over here.
Yeah. Move
and
in.
bring down the axe.
Of course you are. He can't react. He's already dodged the first shot. So he's currently in the process of reeling back as this Absolution round punctures through his shoulder as you step up.
Did it not roll?
Maybe it did. Let's find out. It did roll many times.
What the hell's going on
I
today?
am not sure. I don't know whether it's a Foundry issue or a system issue at the minute. Regardless, though, it is a hit for 6 damage, which is enough to bring him low. Just bang on the number. Norris, what do you do?
I decide not to kill him.
All right, okay.
I'm just going to take the blunt of the axe and smack him upside the head and knock him out.
Excellent. All right, so with that, you crack him, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Oh, Enoch. We missed. There you go. Putting him back in because I brought him in. So yeah, with that, Enoch, over to you. Yeah, they would start to run as well. They want none of this.
I'm trying to figure out how much ground I can cover.
So your free move will anywhere in the zone. Your move action will get you into this one, and then your actual action will get you into that zone. Which if you're wanting to basically chase him down, I would let you, do move in and then do the charge action to charge into the other region and get that guy.
Okay, we'll do that then. So move here.
Yep. And then action would be to charge.
All right, so where do I select charge, or is that something I just say I'm doing?
Yeah, just something you say you're doing.
Okay.
Just target the guy, move in. There is a button for it in the combat tab, but at the minute with things being a little ropey.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Combat chainsword.
So with this guy limping away
Normal.
in nothing but his pink stained work boots and pink mohawk and leather pants. You chase him down. And let me guess. Refresh Foundry?
I haven't rolled anything
Okay.
yet. I just want to make sure that there wasn't going to be like a modifier. All right, so we're just going to call it
No.
normal. He's trying to get away. I'm
Yeah.
trying to catch up with him.
You get your +1 SL
And-
because of superiority and they're fleeing.
So I just put it as a
A 1. Yep.
All right. Making sure I've got everything. And what? Let's see if there's anything else I can milk for extra. Nah, I don't think anything I have applies. So he's just gonna be like, "Die, coward!" Like running up behind him.
Get away
screeching.
from me, you freak!
These-
Oh, it did. -3. He will roll away with a dodge, but due to him also failing, I'm gonna play this out narratively. He'll just drop to the ground as the chainsword whirs overhead. Which, with that, the woman next to him screams. She also drops to the ground in terror. Oh, not fatigued. As she starts to skirt and scurry away from you on hands and backside, pressing herself up to the wall behind. Osterin. Anything in particular you wish to do with the at this point?
Is there anyone even alive?
There is the pissed off ganger down below.
They're running away, right?
Absolutely, yeah. She's not got a pistol. She's not got any weapons in hand. She's currently just full on booking it to get away.
What about this one right here?
Unconscious. Norris knocked them unconscious.
In the yellow jacket?
About to bleed out. And it doesn't have to be anything if you want, but it's up to you.
He's gonna walk over here and put his boot on his head and just look down at him.
Yeah. I'll move you up to there as you step up, climb over the railing onto the slightly raised platform and put your boot on him. What, are you just going to squish it or just...
Yeah, he's just gonna squish him.
Yeah. Boom.
Curb stomp
The curb stomp.
of disrespect.
Yep. And that's it.
Yeah, it's enough with him currently having this hole in his chest from the rifle earlier. You just crack his head like a melon against the concrete. Which brings us with Faust. And to be honest, Faust, I think at this point there isn't really much point with continuing combat after you. So you, sir, are the last to go.
Well, everything around him is either dead or running. And Faust didn't have to murder anybody with his mind, so he holsters his pistol, is happy with himself. Just kind of goes, "Wait up, guys! I'm coming!" It just trots after them.
Good hustle.
Oh, excellent. So, yeah, with that though, it seems there's one person who will probably manage to get away, which is the pissed off ganger down at the bottom. You've got two captives, one who's currently knocked out and the other one who Enoch's scared to the point of him probably soiling himself, which is indeed that guy there. Enoch, as you step up to him, he starts skirting back, similar to the woman alongside. He's like, oh, whoa, I didn't hear anything by it, I didn't mean anything by it, I didn't want you, I give.
You yield then. Throw down your weapons.
The 2 knives are tossed aside, and he's just laid there, legs splayed, with this auto pistol poking out of his pants. and I'm just gonna get this out. I'm just gonna get this. Reaches down.
Yeah, he half expects him to like try to point it. If he does, he's just gonna, deal with it. But
yeah. Is he? Let's find out.
I mean, he might.
He might. The barrel's pointing in your direction. Has he got?
If he points the weapon at him, he's going to take that as an offensive action. He's going to move to attack him.
Roll me a reflexes as he begins to move his hand down into his pants, and you would see him start to grip the handle of the auto pistol in his pants. And he starts moving his crotch in your direction.
Flexes.
Oh no!
Oh.
What do you do as he starts to aim the pistol towards you?
Well, he starts aiming the pistol, and I'm assuming that he's going to try to take a shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this ganger, he angles the pistol inside his pants out, and seeing that, Enoch steps to the side just as the pistol discharges into the cobbles at his feet. So that's what happens there, and then what's going to happen is he's there, down. He's sitting against this little rise. It's just going to say disappointed, and then attempt to run him through with the chainsword.
No attempt. You can just do it.
He just basically right into the same like gut area where the pistol is. He's just going to run the chainsword in and just ride it up this guy and just saw him in half, basically. Gears of War style.
Absolutely. There's a cry, a cacophony of screams from the 2 women who are nearby, seeing this horrific display as this man's basically carved in 2, which I think at that point is a good place to say that's combat done.
So the last twisted thing that Enoch is going to do here is he's going to walk over to this woman who's down on the ground and grab her with his bloodied hands right on the face. You have been spared by the Emperor. Go forth and make your life anew. And just emotionally scar her sufficiently, and just let her go and let her just scurry off into the abyss of the Hive City.
She's there going, blessed be his mercy, blessed be his mercy, the Emperor protects. She scuttles away into the dark corners of the alley.
And anything else that's going on is can go on during this, but he's going to just turn and look at this one and try to like, and he's going to gesture like, come here.
She stood there pressed against the metal fence, shaking her head.
He's he doesn't have the weapons and he's got his bloody hand. He's just kind of doing like the what is it? Like the Dave Chappelle Prince like fingers like.
Yes.
And he's just gonna put his hand on her shoulder and just say, "Go," like the same direction that the other one ran.
She too nods once and bolts.
And then after like a second or two, he's just gonna rev the chainsword as he's walking back towards the group, just to give anybody who might have been lingering like the last little impression that they should really get the fuck out of there.
Yeah. At this point, yeah, there's the rest of you would see from the courtyard. Everyone scatters, and apart from the 2 dead gangers, the dead citizen. You're left to your own devices.
3 dead guys.
All of this, and we still haven't found our room.
Enoch's gonna look at this landing here with the spikes.
Yep.
Does that look like it's the opening to like a hostel or something like that?
Absolutely.
Like a dormitory?
Yeah. This is outside this building. There is a big sign that says Building 3.
Wait, it's a fucking mark on the wall there.
Oh. It's the 7-pointed star.
It looks like it, but I don't think it is.
Looks like a banner. Could burn that off, just to be sure.
There is, if you are looking, there is a banner that hangs down. That seems to be the Aquila, but extended in certain areas. That guy's not there.
Yeah.
Compensating.
Yeah, it seems to be extended towards the wings, pointing out in elongated points. It is a white banner, dirty. It looks as if it has been freshly placed. It's not something that's been there for a long time, at least.
With Noros's augmetic eye, can he just like copy an image of that to his brain?
Of course you can. Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to do that then.
Okay.
And then he's just going to grab this ganger right here.
Mm-hmm.
And start dragging him towards
towards the building.
The entrance.
Anybody else doing anything in the courtyard outside Building 3?
Yes.
Nope, just waiting.
Okay. Enoch, and then
So
we'll go to Mordecai.
Enoch has the thought. He's going to check these 2 guys up here because they're the ones that are closest.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to look them over for... Specifically, he has a hunch that there might be like maybe red vials or something on them potentially, and he's going to look and see if he can see the identifier on their jacket, because obviously this one guy got it's just gone. But now he's thinking retroactively, if it's the same symbol, maybe that could be significant.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to ask for any rolls because it's just something that it's there, it's in front of you, you're looking at it. The symbols are not the same. The symbols on the other jackets are like a circular saw in design, signaling the Cutters gang.
Yeah.
As for vials, no, they don't seem to have any on them, apart from their weapons and some solars in their pockets, a bit of coin. Which, if anyone's, wants to make a roll, roll me a... what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you're going to count the Imperial Citizen. 5d10.
Are we looking for high numbers or low numbers?
High numbers for this one. This is the amount of coins that you're...
Get it, Shade.
Yeah. You can have the honors.
5d10.
Because you're the math magician.
I mean, 30?
Not bad.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Respectable.
Yeah, if you're pilfering bodies anyway, that's the amount of solas you would find on the dead. But whether you want to distribute that between yourselves or you keep it for yourself, that's down to you guys.
I think we'll distribute it.
All right. So yeah, it doesn't seem this symbol is one that doesn't ring any bells. You've not seen it before anywhere. It's its own thing.
But it is on a white banner.
But it is on a white banner, correct?
Okay.
Well, as white as can be in a Hive city.
Once was white.
Yeah. Yes. Mordecai, anything you wish to add or expand on?
I've just reloaded my weapon,
Smart.
slung it back under my poncho, and I'm just alert for any other attacks at this time.
I can say with absolute certainty the sound of a brief scuffle sent everyone into the alleys. It's empty. Apart from the hum of fans overhead, the creaking of the odd ventilation shaft and vent, it's pretty quiet.
Marvellous.
There's no one here.
I think we should get off the street because although I don't think the authorities are going to be around anytime soon, I'd rather not be answering questions from any scumbag that comes across.
With my free hand, I'm just going to point at the doors and say, "This is our building."
Roll me a navigation. No, I'm joking.
The moment panic.
All right. Are you all making your way into the building?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
As you all step inside, Thaler, you would see emerging from some of the vents a couple of children who immediately scarper over to the corpses, stripping them of any clothing, boots, shoes, weapons, anything vaguely useful before then diving back into the various vents. Some into the grates on the ground, others into vents in the wall. It doesn't take long for the bodies to be completely looted.
Little rat bastard.
But it's here, as you step through the doors into the central chamber of the Thaler hostelry, you are met with just the colossal interior of this hab block. There's a central chamber that leads to two sets of elevators. One, a sign hangs out of order. The other elevator hangs another sign out of order with a old, dilapidated servitor missing one arm who's just continually pressing at a few buttons in some vain attempt to try and fix it.
Is there any way you can make that work? Because I don't fancy climbing 90-something floors.
I will take a look at it, yes.
Oh god.
Yes, more chance for Norris to make rolls. Anyone helping him? Or
I'm going to pray to the Emperor.
Okay. So we've got prayers to the Emperor.
I can't do much more than shoot at it, so I think I'm going to step back on this one.
Let's see. What do I have here? I feel like I have something for this. Ooh, I don't think I do, actually. So
No.
all
Nope.
Enoch is going to do is while he's doing this, he's just going to be like, in the name of your omniscient, get this thing working so we can get to our room sooner and make... Yeah. He's going to just kind of roll his eyes for a moment. And perform the sacred rituals for the machines and repair this that has been broken for far too long, because it is now impeding our progress.
To me, sound like a disadvantage on the coming roll, but
Potentially, yes.
Yes. Barrick, anything you wish to do to try and assist, or are you just going to watch? Good talk.
Very good talk.
In that case, I think that sounds like an engineering role. Now, fixing an elevator. That's not hard. Not for an initiate of the Cult Mechanicus. I would say that's pretty easy. Very easy, almost.
Don't jinx it. Don't be like that.
So,
Right.
roll me a very easy engineering check, please, Norris.
Incoming 100.
Don't forget to add the SL.
Huzzah! How do you fix the elevator?
Using my combi tool, I noticed that some of the circuitry in the control panel has been corroded. So I just repair the circuitry. It's very easy, very standard to do.
Stand aside. Conducting maintenance.
This old servitor stands right next to you, almost leering over your shoulder as you're at the panel.
I'm just going to look over to his face. Osterin.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, get this man away from me. Or this thing.
Impeding progress. Please. Stand aside.
You just start bumping up against you with this single half-broken combi tool attached to its arm.
Omnissiah, please keep me from striking this servitor down. Osterin, please remove this inept tool.
He would, but he's muted.
So he is.
He is. Anyone else want to take up the mantle?
Sorry, I had someone barge into my room.
It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good. In that case, Barrick.
Yes.
You've got a servitor to move aside.
Remove the door.
A servitor's currently pressing itself up to Noros. And Noros basically just said, "You get this thing away."
Unless you feel like climbing 97 floors, remove this servitor from my presence.
Trying to think how we can get it out. I'm gonna have the just try and drag the servitor outside.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy enough. This thing is on its last legs. It seems to be incredibly old. It's missing one of its arms. It looks like part of it's been stripped away for loot or just as scrap or salvage. Both of the elevators are currently out of order, and this last remaining servitor here with this broken combi tool as an arm is just has been attempting to fix one of the elevators. Who knows for how long? But yeah, there's no weight to it. This thing is... If it was a horse, you would take it out back and shoot it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take it back out where we came in from, and throw it out into the street.
Do not interfere. Maintenance in progress. Maintenance in.
And at this point, you just, with the grinding of its feet on the floor, Barrett, you drag this thing outside, dump it into a pile of scrap outside the door of Building 3, giving enough time for Noros to fix the elevator. And it's here where you all pile in to this 8 meter by 8 meter wide space. And with a loud creak and the lurch, the cogs above begin to turn and the elevator, slowly at first, begins to rise. After 5 minutes, Norris, with you at the control panel, you slam the brakes on floor 97, where you all step out.
What room was it again, Norris?
You bastard.
I believe I've gone too far.
You have. So, back in.
It's
Down to
actually-
93. Or have I got it wrong?
Yes. I think you've got it wrong.
Yeah?
I think it's room 93 on floor 72.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one. So, regardless, you make it to... I got it backwards. God damn it. Make it to the required floor. You step off into the hallway of the Thala hostelry. And, yeah, it's here, there. Basically, sounds like it's going to be home for the next few days, week perhaps.
What does it look like?
Oh man, every surface is pretty much worn, scarred. It's testament to centuries of use. Wear and tear everywhere. There's faint buzzing noise that seems to emanate from a multitude of power conduits and cables that dangle from the ceilings. And there is the smell of mildew, of rust, oil, but also the stale smell of incense that comes from the various other hab blocks that are in this building. And as you would probably expect, there's water dripping down the walls. It's overall just not the most well maintained of places.
Cockroaches everywhere. The cockroaches have knives.
Yeah. As you make your way down the corridor of your floor towards the allotted room that you're planning to make home in, some of the doors to the hab rooms aren't even locked or closed for that matter. Some of them are jarred open with people just doing their day-to-day business. So you'd see things such as tattered rugs and carpets that have been laid out just to try and cover up some of the uneven metal flooring in these blocks. You'd see the odd scrawl of the Aquila or small shrines with candles lit down the corridor with a few people crowding around, offering their prayers and hopes for the future. And yeah, it's very much a well-lived-in... It's quiet. There isn't a lot of shouting, fighting, screaming of kids. Most people seem to be keeping themselves to themselves in this giant block. But it is very much... the building itself is dilapidated. There's no other signs of any other servitors making any repairs, no maintenance teams anywhere.
Do we still have our prisoner, do we?
I believe so.
Yes, we do.
So we'll get to the room and Faust's going to be like, so what are you doing with that?
Oh, I know exactly what to do. And Enoch is going to get a chair. And failing that, like, I don't know what's available for chairs, but he's going to try to find like a kitchen chair.
Yeah, there would be, a couple of wooden chairs. Granted, the wood's been worn down by the centuries of use. Various
That'll do nicely.
thousands of people's arses sat upon them.
So Enoch's actually going to, with his knife or a chainsaw, if necessary, he's going to cut out the bottom of the chair and basically just put this guy in the chair and like see what he can tie him into the chair with.
Oh my god.
This room you're in is kind of like a box room. There isn't too much available, but I'm sure you would be able to find
Any of that power cabling up above that's
any
not
of
working,
that power cabling above. Yes. Yep. Yeah, easily done.
Just gonna tie him into the chair. That's all. It's just gonna be super uncomfortable, and he's gonna wake up to just be on death's door and in the worst state possible. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Noros is also going to cut a small strip from like the bottom of his robe or poncho, and he's going to tie it with the guy's eyes. So just in case one of us is walking around without our ponchos, we don't want to show the inquisitorial badge in front of a prisoner.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna be wearing mine around, right?
From the clothing
possible.
Yeah.
What was that? Clothing that we have, it sets us apart from this entire planet.
Absolutely. What was that? Sorry, Mordecai?
Let's say the inquisitorial badge is in the deepest pocket imaginable in the clothing.
But I think with you making your way into the Thala hostelry with a prisoner in tow, now strapped to a chair, bound, gagged, I think that's pretty much a good spot for us to call it there for this session. But before we do, Barrick, any last things you wish to do as you step into the hab unit, into this hab block room?
Just going to kind of just poke my head back out and see if anyone's followed us.
Roll me an awareness, very easy awareness check.
You know, if they followed us without being able to use the elevator, fuck, they deserve it.
I can say with absolute certainty that you were definitely not followed. As you continue to look down the hallway, there'd be the odd person who would poke their head out from their own hab rooms to see what what the group of individuals making their way were up to. But upon seeing you, Barrick, they head back into the hab block, close the door, or at least pull the sheets that act as a door back over. There's no sound coming from the elevators further down the corridor, giving you pretty much full peace of mind that, for all intents and purposes, you are safe and sound here.
And I'm just gonna quietly close the door, and then locking it and everything behind us, so we can have our fun with the prisoner.
Mordecai, anything you wish to do whilst you're here in the room?
Now we're securing the room, I'm going to lay out my rifle in front of me and start cleaning it and doing the old prayers to the spirit inside. As I've been taught to through my many years in the Astra Militarum.
Yeah.
The anti-gremlin prayers.
Mm-hmm. The please work.
I love you. Please don't jam.
Yeah.
Please fly straight. All right. Enoch, anything in particular you wish to add to your sordid affair with the tying of the prisoner, or?
No, honestly, he's just gonna keep aware of the guy, and he's gonna get his cloak down over his eyes. He's just intends to interrogate the guy.
Excellent.
Get what information he can out of him.
Okay. Noros, what about you?
I was just kind of look around, see if there's a comfy place to. Well, there's not going to be anywhere to plug into any interfaces or anything.
The only interface in this room would probably be like a rust-stained sink.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
You know, encrusted, chipped, lime scale from the heavy, overly recycled water that's been that everyone in the Hive's drunk probably at least 100 times each.
Then he's going to kind of find an empty spot to sit down and just clean the blood from his axe.
Okay.
He cannot taint the sigil of the Omnissiah.
Ostrin, you there? You back?
Yep.
Hey, welcome back. What are you? Anything particular you're doing, having been forced down this rather tight corridor into this small hab room?
He's just gonna squeeze in and sit right across from the what you call it, the prisoner there.
Yeah.
With like the bloody pickaxe. And he's just gonna like, hunch down and just stare at him.
Excellent. Last but not least then, Faust.
How big is it? Is it just a single room, yeah?
It's a single room. I would imagine just over 2 meters tall, probably more like 3 meters tall, 6 meters wide, and then 12 meters long. One central room. There'll be a couple of wire meshes like bunks at the far end, a dirty basin along with a counter, and a couple of crates that have been modified to act as lockers. It's very bare bones, very Spartan.
Faust is alright with Spartan. He doesn't mind. He was on a black ship once. That was Spartan. So he's just going to find probably a spot away from, like, as far as he can get from everybody. Like, roll up his poncho into, like, a cushion, kneel down on it, and just start meditating. He knows it gets weird. He'd prefer to do it in the comfort of a room away from everybody else, because it can get cold, and phenomena can happen while he's meditating. So he's just away from everybody as far as he can. Probably in a corner somewhere. Probably the worst corner in the room, more than likely, because all the good ones were taken by everybody else.
All right. So with that then, the last thing we will end on is at the far end of the room where the bunks are, there would be a large window. This window's got basically metal blinds that conceal it. And with a flick of a switch, you can open the blinds to reveal the beautiful courtyard below, 70-odd floors down of the Thala hostelry hab zone. But there would be a tapping. A brief tapping on the metal from outside, followed by what sounds like music. But we'll find out what that is next session. Tinny fanfare of hymns and liturgies from outside the 70th floor. Prisoner inside, shackled, bound to a chair. Psyker praying in the corner. Ogren staring intently at prisoner. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for us to end it.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds like.
Yeah,
Sounds lovely.
a bit of world building, a bit of getting our feet on a new system, new characters. A little ropey with Foundry, but I think it went too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out how well Faust did in that fucking combat. Like,
Still better combat than Cyberpunk.
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Even with the issues, it was that was interesting. I enjoyed it. But yeah, so again, in spite of you being inquisitorial agents, it seems that you've been stuck in another shithole.
It is in such places that corruption festers.
Actually, yes, Laros heard that firsthand. And he has not relayed that to anyone yet.
Correct.
The fanatic. How is the fanatic going to react?
Isn't everything shit? I mean, that's fair. Yeah. With that said, though, any closing thoughts, folks?
For the Emperor.
For the Emperor?
The Messiah.
Oh. All right.
And also, an open mind is like a gate with a fortress that's gates unbarred and unguarded. And also, we'll see you tomorrow for Pariahs.
Pariahs tomorrow, and then Saturday after for episode 2 of the Blazing Seraph. I'm gonna meet you guys up. Head on over to the old ending screen. Put some different music on.